Paolo is stuck in the car because there was an accident on the highway, but he will join us later, and it will be Paola Monti to chair the session this morning. So
not Paolo Pinotti.
So the floor is yours.
So, good morning, everyone. So I'm Paola Monti from Fondazione Garibaldi. I will be chairing this morning's session. Just let me say a few words about how the session is organized. It's basically divided into two parts. We will have a longer presentation of a recent report from the OECD. We will have time for a discussion, then a few questions from the audience, and then in the second part of the session we will hear two shorter research presentation, and again we will have some time for questions from the audience. So I'm very pleased to invite here the first two speakers of this morning's session. So I invite to the floor Luca Marcolin and Francesco Filippucci from the OECD.
Do I have to use the microphone, Paola, or how does that work?
Better. I think it's better, yeah.
All right. Sitting down. So thank you, Paola, for the introduction, and thank you to the foundation, of course, for the invitation in the first place. My name is Luca Marcolin, and I will be the first presenter of the morning. Let's see if I can get this done. Control L. That should work. Okay. Yes. So this is work done with. Aha! It was red light. Sorry. Okay. Right. Apologies for that. This is work that I've done with Francesco here, who's here with me today, and a couple of other co-authors who unfortunately couldn't be here today. Standard disclaimer, I'm here, I'm expressing personal views that do not necessarily reflect that of my organization or their founding members. So we will be talking about labor shortages. So as Paola mentioned, this is the result of a couple of years of work in our institution, and as you will see, it's a mishmash of two different pieces of analysis. So why are we looking into shortages? Well, it's an interesting and up until probably last year a very hot policy topic. So we understand shortages in a very basic sense, so a misalignment between the demand and supply for labor. This is of course jointly caused by cyclical considerations as well as structural forces on the supply side as much as on the demand side, and that's indeed the part of the problem that we will be focusing on, the more structural side of the matter. In particular, what kind of questions we aim to address is what is the frequency with which these labor shortages appear across firms and sectors, what are the structural dimensions that are let's say heavily correlated, if not causally related to labor shortages, and then a little snapshot on the relationship between labor shortages and productivity growth. The plan for the presentation. So as mentioned, there are two main parts of the presentation. The first one hinges on a firm level survey that the OECD has fielded in 2024, which collects the incidence of what we define shortages, such as in difficulties in recruiting personnel in firms across 34 OECD countries, Brazil and South Africa. In that survey, we asked a number of questions about, the incidence, of course, but also the intensity of shortages, what kind of skills are most lacking in the firms, some information on skill mismatch, and then a bunch of technological and firm characteristics. So what we get from there, aside for the firm level side of our analysis, we also can retrieve a correlation between shortages and firm productivity. The second part of this presentation will instead hinge on macro-sectoral evidence. So we build a data set of labor market tightness across countries and sectors, in particular 26 OECD countries and 34 sectors. This is not, we can talk about it later, this is only one aspect of the larger problem of labor shortages. So we are looking at more precisely changes in labor market tightness, but it is nevertheless an interesting dimension of the labor market, we believe. And in that part of the analysis, we're going to focus on what possibly causes changes in labor market tightness, and in particular, we focus on aging, the progressive diffusion of digital and AI technologies, globalization or deglobalization, and so decarbonization. So what we call five mega trends in the structural mega trends. Okay, on to the first part. Of course, if there are clarifying questions, please go ahead. But there is, of course, a Q&A component at the end after the discussion. No, so for clarity, I mean, if something is unclear, please ask me. Okay, so our firm level survey. So GFP stands for the Global Forum on Productivity, by the way, which is a program nested within the OECD that looks at firm productivity in particular. And in this program of work, we decided to look at the particular problem of labor shortages, so difficulties in recruiting. So we survey 500 to 1,000 firms in every country for these 36 countries that you see mentioned here. We only survey firms with at least 10 employees over, let's say, 13 one-digit sectors. So why only firms above size 10? Well, this is a pretty standard constraint in surveys at European level mostly. And also the specific problem of labor shortages is strongly correlated with issues of human relations management in companies, and it is quite established the fact that micro firms have a much more flexible and less well-defined structure of HR is quite established in the literature, so hence the constraint. So we built our questionnaires. As mentioned, we deployed it in online form in 2024 with a reference year 2022-2023. This is an online survey with all the caveats and risks and advantages that implies. So of course we privileged speed over sort of precision, or at least size of the cells. We nevertheless aim and claim that our survey is representative at the aggregate level via the two main dimensions of firm representativeness, which are the sector and the size of the firm. How do we do that? I mean, we can discuss it at length, but here very cursorily, we have quota sampling ex ante, and we have post stratification weights ex post, with which we rebalance the outcome for aiming for aggregate representativeness. So the respondents that we target for this online survey are general managers, CEOs, firm owners, or at the lower level of the hierarchy, HR individuals. So we really target those people that have decision-making power and information about the HR side of things in the company. As mentioned, we define shortages as recruitment difficulties, but we also have an intensity measure. So we ask respondents to evaluate which share of the outstanding vacancies in the company are hard to fill, and the responses are qualitative in nature, so it's most, all, some, few, none. And from there we can actually define severe shortages as the share of vacancies of the reported share of vacancies that are hard, the share of firms where most of all the vacancies are hard to fill. Okay. So we retrieve five descriptive facts, and I'm going to go through them rather quickly. But that's, if you want to bring something home, that's really where you wanna concentrate. So we do find the labor shortages are widespread, but also intensive across countries and across most sectors. We do find an important component of the skill dimension, so firms that report having changes in skill requirements are more likely to also report shortages, and the same goes for firms that report severe skill mismatch. We do find that younger firms and firms that are growing, but especially small firms that are growing, are the most likely to report shortage. And we also find very understandably the firms that have undergone a change in their technology, in particular digital AI and so-called green technologies, are also most likely to report higher shortages. Finally, we look into the relationship of self-report of productivity and shortages, and we do not find a linear or monotonic relationship here. So there are intense shortages both in low productivity firms and very high productivity firms, and we try to understand this dichotomy by looking into other dimensions of shortages, namely what the firm reports as the most likely cause of it, or what the firm reports as the most important consequences of the shortages themselves. This is going to become a bit more clear. So on to the evidence. I mean, this is the first snapshot. So the height of the total height of the bar reports the percentage of firms in the country which reports difficulties recruiting. This is about 75% of firms on average across countries, while the red part of the bar is actually the share of firms that report severe shortages, and that's about 35%, I think, on average across the considered countries. Now, these numbers, in fact, so why is this interesting here? So, first of all, to the best of our knowledge, this breadth of country coverage is there for the first time. So there is a similar product at the European level, which has focused only on SMEs, not on all firms, and it has only focused, of course, on European countries. Here we go beyond. There's another product, which is the Global Manpower Survey, which asks similar questions, but on a global level, so with even more diverse set of countries here, but their level of the methodology change and representativeness changes from country to country. So here, what we're aiming is an harmonized, homogeneous measurement across a large set of countries. Nevertheless, in comparative terms, we are pretty much in the same ballpark as these other two data sources that we mentioned. So shortages or difficulties recruiting are widespread, and they are an important worry, self-reported worry by firms. It's not just at the aggregate level. There is a sectoral heterogeneity dimension here. We have much more granular sectors than you can see here. Here we aggregate into sectors into three broad categories: manufacturing, market services, and public services. And you see that in fact, in 2022-23, manufacturing and mining firms were those that were most likely to report shortages, followed by professional services, so say market services, and public services, although differences are hardly significant between the last two categories, where the public service dimension is especially, from the data point, is especially driven by healthcare. This doesn't come as a surprise, I imagine. So these relationships here are reporting at a very descriptive level, but in the annex we also report the regression tables. The relationships are robust by controlling for country fixed effects, the size, in age categories. So this was the first fact. The second fact is about the human capital dimension, the skill dimension of these shortages. So here on the right-hand side, we report sort of the percentage of firms that report recruitment difficulties versus those that do not report recruitment difficulties. Sorry, the share of firms that are reporting changes in skill needs divided between firms that at the same time report recruitment difficulties and firms that do not report recruitment difficulties. And by and large, almost across the board, firms which report changes in skill needs are also more likely to report difficulties in recruitment. So this is not per se so surprising. So, but the question is, the underlying question is the labor market becoming more skill specific, so much so that it's becoming harder and harder to fill outstanding vacancies, and there is some evidence in the literature beyond what we report here. The second dimension of human capital that we look at is actually skill mismatch. So we ask. Okay, sorry about that. Apologies.
Here it's fine, but online we
Okay, that makes sense. So the graph here divides sort of firms, sort of plots firms, the share of firms reporting shortages and firms that do not report shortages divided by the categories of firms that report having all or most versus none of their employees underemployed in some way. So we ask firms whether we ask managers which share of their workforce, according to their perception, has the skills that are suitable for the position in which they operate. Okay, so the difference we are aiming to show here is the red bar versus the green bar, and we show that in fact it's much more likely for a firm that reports shortages to also report skill mismatch. So what are we aiming here for? The idea is that if a firm has a difficulty recruiting on the labor market, then it's also more likely to use the existing workforce for jobs and tasks, more specifically tasks, for which the workers themselves were not originally hired for. So while of course we have a cross-section of data and we cannot tease a direction of causality between these two phenomena, which as the questionnaire is designed are simultaneously occurring, our understanding here, also following the literature, is that whenever there is a skill shortage, it's also more likely to see a mismatch, a skill mismatch in the company. So an interesting skill dimension into our problem. Third fact, here we are going back to the basics if you want to. So we plot the predicted probability of reporting a skill shortage by age category of the firm, and essentially here it's pretty clear. Also, once you look into the regression results, that it's young firms that are most likely to report a shortage, and this can create an effective barrier to entry and certainly a barrier to scale up for firms upon entry. Similarly for size, although here the relationship is slightly less clear-cut, the graphs on the right-hand side divide firms by that are growing, so the red confidence intervals, from firms that are either not growing or shrinking, firms that are, so see the blue bar. And what you can see here is the firms that are growing are essentially more likely to report a shortage rather than firms that are non-growing, but also, and in particular for the incidence of severe shortages, which is the graph at the right-hand, most to the right-hand side, it's small firms that are growing that are suffering the most. Here is probably the link between the two parts of our analysis. So we also ask firms whether they have experienced changes in certain specific technologies in the 2 years prior to the survey. Particularly, we ask about digital technologies, robots, a bunch of others that we group here in the graph, and firms that, and about technologies that we define as green, which we define as technologies that reduce the environmental footprint of the firm. So what we plot here is the difference in the incidence of shortages between a firm that reports to have experienced such change and a firm which has not experienced such a change. And what you see is that a change in technology increases it in a firm, increases the probability of reporting difficulties in recruitment, which of course relates well to the previous point of, let's say, changes in skill needs. Onto to the relationship to productivity. Here we just plot the sort of the probability of reporting, the predicted probability of reporting a shortage, controlling for a bunch of controls by decile of the sort of sales per employee, reported sales per employee in the firm. And we plot the two top deciles, and you can see them in the two top deciles relative to the rest of the distribution. The probability of reporting a shortage is higher, with a much more likely occurrence in firms that are the least productive, so the 10% least productive firms. So a generally negative relationship between productivity and shortages, but with this slight non-monotonicity at the end of at the top end of the productivity distribution. So how do we explain this? So we go back, as mentioned, to other questions that we ask in the survey. In particular, we ask firms, so we ask respondents what their opinion is for the reason why a firm is experiencing shortages, and we also ask them to report what are the possible consequences, in their opinion, of the shortages for the firm themselves and from firm performance. And we group these questions in hopefully an interesting way. And here we focus on firms that are less productive. So the regression here sort of tells you the probability of reporting a shortage of a certain kind, in particular shortage related to the fact that the firm offers low wage, relatively low wage or bad working condition, for a firm that is of low productivity relative to a firm which is of higher productivity. In column 2, in fact, we plot the same for the probability for the firm to report the fact that shortages are creating a loss in production or a disconnected innovation in the firm. And what we see is, in fact, that the relationship is consistently and robustly negative between productivity and those two items. So effectively, what we deduce from here, well, we reduce to the market, perhaps in creating shortages can be cleansing in itself. So it's true that firms of low productivity tend to experience also lower shortages because they cannot offer good working conditions to their workers. But at the same time, this still creates, if it continues in this direction, it creates a policy problem, which is the fact that the low productivity firms will keep on experiencing shortages and hence will have a harder time improving their productivity, therefore potentially increasing the gap between low productivity and high productivity firms, with all the related drag on aggregate productivity growth that this actually implies. Similarly, looking at high productivity firms, so what we can actually see is that relative to low productivity firms, these are much more likely to report that their shortage is related to missing skills in the labor market, but they also report that they are more likely to make up for their shortage by deploying other firm-level strategies, such as increasing the rate of automation, producing an internal reorganization, or offering training to their workforce. Once again, this is relatively interesting because while it can point to the fact that there is some talent needs allocation, so high productivity firms do not seem to be finding people with the appropriate skills to operate at their optimal level, it also points to certain directions policymakers can look at to make up for the labor shortage problem. This, in fact, sort of concludes the first part of the analysis, the firm level aspect of the analysis, and we now move to the more aggregate macro analysis. just mentioned, we focus on changes in labor market tightness as opposed to proper difficulties in recruiting. Now, what are the differences? We can discuss this at length, but if you think about it, you can have difficulties in recruitment irrespective of the level of tightness in the market, say, because certain firms are better at recruiting than others, and there's quite some evidence now about this. But we can also simply say that even at higher level of labor market tightness, certain sort of a small increase in labor market tightness may not necessarily make a difference for the probability of a firm to recruit personnel. So once again, these two concepts are related, but not one-on-one related. So and with this caveat in mind, the second part of the analysis looks at these 5 megatrends that I introduced beforehand and how they shape changes in labor market tightness in a relatively long period of 10 years between 2010 and 2020. Just to mention here an important note, in the period that we explore, we have AI as one of our trends, but it's clearly not the generative AI type that we are currently experiencing. So as a matter of timing, we are talking about the, let's say, old type of AI. Of course, so what's the intuition here is that each and every one of these trends has the possibility of creating or destroying jobs, but also while altering labor demand and labor supply, so the probability that a worker engages into the labor market. Why is this interesting? So once again, we sort of we look at a larger set of countries than typically done in the literature. We go narrower, meaning instead of looking at this at the macro economy level, we tried with an important, although not completely uncontroversial, measurement effort to go at the sectoral level, so measuring tightness at the sectoral level, and we look at all of these megatrends at the same time instead of only sort of parceling out one of them, which of course can generate problems of omitted other. On the methodological side, we also try to tease out quasi-causal relationship by using shift share design. It still remains, let's say, sophisticated at the level of sophisticated correlations because, well, we don't have a natural experiment or a randomized trial to exploit here. So with that caveat in mind, please let me move on, otherwise I'll never make it to the deadline. Very briefly on the literature, I mean, these are, so there's a large set of papers that look at each of these, let's say, megatrends in isolation and try to explain how they could affect the match of labor demand and supply. For aging, very broadly, of course, there is an idea that an aging population will shrink also the working population, therefore potentially raising labor market tightness. But there are also compensating channels, such as an aging population changes the shape of product demand and therefore also labor demand, and at the same time can actually it has a fairly ambiguous relationship to productivity growth. On the say decarbonization side, that's perhaps a bit less ambiguous. So we know that already an effort decarbonization is going to increase the labor demand on certain jobs that we can define green and decrease the labor demand on other jobs which we can define as brown. And then of course there's jobs that one can define gray, and that's the effect there is ambiguous. For import competition, probably one of the longest literatures in here that we are touching upon. If you go back with your mind to the 90s, there's been a lot of effort in trying to understand whether globalization is skill biased, and therefore whether there is an increase or a decrease in the labor demand for certain types of jobs. I'm talking about here outsourcing and import penetration, which are defined in a doc way in our paper. For digital and AI, let me once again loop them together here. we know that there is a labor substitution channel here at play, but also potential labor complementarity channel of technology based on the skill gradient of people, and sort of ex-ante the relationship between these diffusion of these technologies and labor market tightness is, as a consequence, quite ambiguous. So a lot of ambiguity ex-ante on these relationships, and even more so when we understand that each of these megatrends is related to each other. As a consequence, potentially an interesting contribution to give. What do we do? So we build this granular sector level data set of labor market tightness covering 26 countries. Here at EU27, it's a simplification. We drop some countries because of the data availability, in particular at the cell size, because we need sectoral specifications. And small countries, it's much harder to obtain a decent cell size to retrieve information, but also UK, US, Canada, and Australia. We sort of define our data set at the A38 sectoral level of disaggregation. That has implied a huge effort of, let's say, data harmonization in occupations and sectors that it's in the paper, and we're not going to go over the details here. So how did we build this data set? So we took the employment, unemployment, and hiring information from labor force surveys, essentially, from these different countries, while the vacancy dimension is taken at the aggregate level from official statistics that are reported at the OECD, while the breakdown across sectors, so let me say it in a different way. So official statistics across the OECD mostly report vacancies at the country level, with only a handful of countries giving a decent breakdown at the sectoral level, and always only at the one-digit sectoral, ISIC sectoral level at highest. While our analysis exploits a more granular sectoral disaggregation design where we go approximately two-digit. So in order to get to a narrower, like a higher level of granularity, we exploit a commercial data set of online job vacancies, namely Livecast, to actually retrieve the sectoral breakdowns within country and impose it on with a constraint that is impose it on the administrative data that therefore gives our aggregate measurement constraint of labor market vacancies. Okay? The second data set we construct for the analysis is a data set that hinges on, that tries to measure these long-term trends, and it's based on the shift share design. Just a very, very quick preview on the dependent variable. So on the left-hand side, we plot tightness, so vacancies over unemployment, at the country level for groupings of countries. Here, what you can see is, in fact, that over the period that we consider, so tightness has increased quite significantly across these four countries, with a little bit less of a dynamics in Australia. And if you look at across countries by sector instead, that's the right-hand side graph, still aggregating at the one-digit ISIC, you can see something that is potentially anecdotal, but it's good to retrieve it in the data, and it's that it's professional services such as ICT, business services, and finance that have experienced the largest increase in labor market tightness, together with the healthcare sector. The second data set, as mentioned, is the one that tries to measure structural trends. Here, I'll try very quickly to explain how we do that. So we interact time-varying, let's say, country-level shift with time-invariant share component at the sectoral level, which is typically fixed at the first year of the sample period. Let me take an example here. It's the first one, it's aging. So in order to construct our aging indicator, we interact sort of change in the working age population at the country level, well, in fact, the change, with a term of skill obsolescence, which we derive from Deming and Norey. So these two, in this AR paper, they define at the occupational level a measure of how fast certain occupation, the skills of certain that are typical of a certain occupation depreciate over time, and we move from the occupational level to the sectoral level using occupational sector employment matrices. So what does the indicator effectively tells us? It tells us how, in this particular case, how the working, sort of the aging of the working population interacts with the fact that skills are at their highest proficiency in young people. So the fewer the young people in the working population, the faster the skill obsolescence in the particular sector. And in a very similar way, we construct all the other indicators for decarbonization. Perhaps that's an interesting one since it's relatively recent. So we interact an indicator of exposure of the sector. So an exposure term which is built as the share of tasks so the share of workers in that sector that are performing so-called green tasks. That's a definition that we can derive from Vona and co-authors, with a term which is the reduction in CO2 emissions in the sector in the particular year. So once again, what's the intuition here? So greening, so decarbonization is likely to affect the labor market tightness in a stronger way in a sector which is most intensive in green tasks, the faster the decarbonization effort of that sector, right? So, or in other words, for a given decarbonization effort in the sector, certain sectors are going to be affected by decarbonization in the labor tightness, the more intensive they are in green tasks. For digitalization and AI, we use instead a shift which is based on ICT and AI patents taken from, let's say, the very standard data set of patent filings in the top 5 patent offices in the world, interacted by an exposure term which is built once again on the occupational composition of sectors. These are in particular for AI, particularly well known. We are using Felton, but the intuition for the digitalization indicator is pretty much the same. What we do with this, so we have a short term, and then we have a short term and a more dynamic specification in the short term. Essentially, we regress labor market tightness on our structural trend indicator by controlling for a certain set of controls, in particular sectoral production and the share of tertiary located in the sector. In more robustness exercise, we also control for cost of labor in the sector, and we plug in a set of country sector fixed effect and country times fixed effect. So the coefficients of interest is, of course, our beta, which gives us the sophisticated correlation between the megatrend and labor market tightness. Here are the results. So I kindly ask you to focus the first 3 columns, which are essentially the same specification where we progressively add more controls. And there are the set fixed effect is the same across all columns. So what we see here, and for now, please focus more on the sign of the coefficients that don't need size. So here what we see is that in fact we do find a strong correlation between decarbonization and positive correlation between decarbonization and digitalization, which seem to be creating increases in tightness. And here, once again, it's the similar story as beforehand at the firm level. So we understand this as the possibility digitalization changes and decarbonization change the sort of skill demand in the sector, and therefore creates sort of pushes labor demand in the sector. As opposed the interpretation here is a shift share, so it's in relative terms. They push labor market tightness more in sectors that are more exposed to the mega trend, in sectors to the exposure trend of the mega trend, relative to sectors that are less exposed to the mega trend. Conversely, we do retrieve a negative correlation for import competition. So this is the old story of the fact that by exposing the market to imports from other countries, part of that production can be moved abroad, or simply there's a change in the input composition of production, so much so that labor demand decreases in relative terms in such sectors. The more surprising part, at least to us at the beginning, was the sign of the AI coefficient, and which is the opposite as the digital coefficient. Here it seems that AI creates some slack in the economy, in particular more in sectors that are more exposed to the mega trend than sectors that are less exposed. So how do we square all of these phenomena? So this is the rest of the presentation. This graph actually tells you, gives you the approximate order of magnitude of the different effects. So it's the same results as in the previous slides, but where we multiply the coefficient by the average tightness in the sector and countries. And here, what the graph essentially reports is the change in tightness that is implied by an increase in one standard deviation in each of these mega trends. And the interesting part here is that digitalization seems to have the largest positive correlation to labor market tightness, while of course import competition and AI are on the negative side of the spectrum, but also relatively small. Something I didn't point out in the previous slide is that in fact what we retrieve for aging is not significant. So that was very surprising to us, and in the next couple of slides we're going to dig out something perhaps interesting about this.
So Luca, can I just
ask
a question? Do you have education-specific tightness measures?
Okay, good question. No, we don't. It was a bit of a choice, so either we would have gone tripartite, so let's say high, low, medium skills without the sectoral dimension, or we could go sectoral, because the size of the cells in the labor force surveys are not very conducive of breaking down by sector and skill type.
So maybe you can pool, because some of that may be very different across different fields. Agreed. So it would be a different exercise, but definitely not an interesting exercise. Yeah, unfortunately here the data constraints are quite significant.
The other aspect would be the exposure terms would be difficult to define for it. I mean, we need to rework the whole strategy, I guess.
Because
exposure is at the sectoral level. Our megatrend measures at the sectoral level derive from measures that are defined at the occupational level, for which we have transition matrix still to industry. But maybe in fact we can work it out with labor force, with some labor force surveys we can work it out also. Yeah.
So large countries. Yeah. Okay, so then we have a dynamic specification, and let me be quick about this. It's a classic local projection where we plug in also lag dependent variables to retrieve a dynamic effect, and here is the outcome. So the blue bar, in fact, control. So there is the specification without controls, and the red bar is with controls. No, sorry, with the lagged outcome. Sorry, we changed it. Okay, so the blue excludes the lagged outcome variable. The red one includes the lagged outcome variable.
And what we see here when we introduce the dynamics is, first of all, that we now retrieve a significant correlation for aging. It just didn't appear in the short run from our specification. So in fact, we do find what would have been very intuitive for us, that in an aging condition, so sectors that are most exposed to aging are also more likely to see increases in labor market tightness. And what we can also see is that, in fact, those sophisticated correlation of digitalization and decarbonization that we retrieved as a one-shot, short-term effects progressively wane away if we look at it in a dynamic sense. And this makes sense to us. So we do see in reality a process of adjustment of the labor force to the progressive deployment of these megatrends. So we do try to understand what is going on for each of these megatrends, and so retrieve some mechanism. Here, for instance, we interact our indicator of AI and our indicator of digitalization. In fact, we split our sample between sectors that are particularly exposed to automation and sectors that are particularly in which AI is especially likely to complement the labor force rather than substitute the labor force. These are two different indicators taken from two different sources that I mentioned here on the slide. And what we actually find is that the aggregate outcome is the same and opposite in size, but also opposite in intuition here. So digitalization seems to have more of a complementary component to the labor market, and that's why our aggregate coefficient is positive. While for the AI megatrends, we do see that there is much more labor substitution, at least in the short run, than there is complementary. While if we look at it in the medium term in a dynamic specification, both megatrends tend to actually substitute labor and therefore create slack. No, but not in the medium term. I mean, it just waits away. The same thing for aging. So why does it appear only in the medium term and not immediately? Well, here, if we split between countries, the sample between countries where the aging of the working population is especially intensive already right now, so above the median of all countries, then we actually see that the dynamics is there, and we can retrieve a short-term effect. So even on the one shot, for countries which are already experiencing high aging, a further aging produces further tightening of the labor market, while for the other countries, the correlation is insignificant. All of these megatrends have more of a labor market tightness inducing effect in where the cycle is also uptrending. This is not terribly surprising. And finally, perhaps looking more in the direction that was mentioned just now, we also change our dependent variable in the sense that I was explaining beforehand. So if we do believe that labor market tightness is also increasing the frequencies of mismatch in the economy, at least that was the intuition that we could retrieve from the firm level survey, then perhaps we can find a similar pattern here in the macro level data. So we change our dependent variable, we look at occupational mismatch, so it's on-the-job mismatch, defined as the share of workers which have qualification which is different than the modal qualification in the sector. That's pretty standard definition in the literature. And we do retrieve some correlations, although not much. So in particular, we find that digitalization tends to bring with itself overqualification. So workers tend to be employed beyond what their occupation typically would require in that sector, while aging has a mild underqualification correlation. I'm done. sorry, yes, I'm slightly over time. Let me just focus 1 second on what we achieve from policy here. Perhaps that's going to help our discussion. So, in particular, so we tend to look at labor market policies and industrial policies in isolation. This is obviously a simplification of reality, which governments sometimes are bound to do, but in fact, the two of them are mutually should be mutually designed. In particular, policies that tend to strengthen productivity growth are also likely to produce further tightening in the labor market and or displacement in the labor market, and so we should also foresee labor market policies and education policies that go with. In particular, our firm level analysis suggests that there is quite some scope of intervening into the way firms are training their workforce, are likely to reorganize their workforce or adopt their technology. Stop here.
Thank you very much, Luca, for your presentation. Now I invite you here to the floor Samuel Bentolila from CEMFI Madrid. I guess you will want to reply to your question.
Where are you, Samuel?
Very happy to be here today. I'd like to thank Pietro for inviting me. I'm reminded, like 30 years ago, I was the discussant of a paper by Christian. He probably has forgotten already. And when I was presenting my discussion, I tried not to, but sometimes I looked at him. I didn't know him at all at that time. And I got the impression that he didn't really agree with anything that I was saying. We may have the same experience today, 30 years on, just because I think that the version of the policy brief that I got has some things that he didn't present at all. And on the other hand, they presented things that were not on the policy brief. So at least now there is a good reason for maybe if I'm off. But anyway, so I want to have a brief introduction, then discuss the firm level and sectoral data results, talk about shortly about shortages and productivity, and then policy directions. So, as Luca said, labor shortages have been growing across the world, and this policy brief is really trying to summarize a lot of work, 3 documents by the author, so that's really tough. And it does combine micro and sectoral data, and to see to what extent the structural, and then it proposes some policies. So overall, I think this is a great initiative, drawing attention to an issue that I think academics have not really worked on it a lot. And we know that measuring labor supply and labor demand well is not easy. And vacancy statistics, both official and online, are normally partial and noisy. So going to firms and asking them about their hiring difficulties, I think is really a very good initiative, and they have wide coverage of countries and sectors, so this is potentially very, very useful. And then combining a new firm level and a new sectoral data set is also very, very fruitful. So, and I did learn a lot because I was not really much aware of this issue. Both the facts and the findings are novel and interesting to me. Well, these are just the findings. I probably don't need to talk about them. So let me just share a few concerns about the results. The first one is about persistence, because this is a survey that relates to 22-23, and well, it was shortly after COVID, so it might be somewhat transient. And also, there are papers out there that have studied the effects of COVID on shortages and employment and so on, by gender, by skill, by sector. So, of course, it's not an easy way to tackle this, because you could look at COVID, but it would be more like a local type of measure at the level of whole country. Maybe doesn't really mean that much. So I have not such a good suggestion here, but it's something to think about. The second issue is consistency. Sectoral vacancy to unemployment ratios might measure data with bias. The unemployed, think of a person who is administrative. She could look in many sectors and the skill would be valuable. So, and another thing is that the denominator is unemployment, but we know from LV and others that flows from non-participation to employment are really huge. And so the proposal I have here is that maybe if they could extend the sectoral data set, they could compare the tightness and the difficulties by sector in the same period. And then we might get a check, supposedly the firm data are representative, so it could be a way to check whether they agree or not and why. Explore that. Third point is, here I come clean. I know nothing about patents or ICT, so I asked Claude. Okay. Claude gave me like 7 reasons. The 3 I think are more relevant is whether ICT patents are a good measure of digitalization, and software and services like platforms, apps, etc. are poorly captured by patents, so that would be one shortcoming. Another shortcoming is that often patents are defensive and strategic, prevent competition and so on, are very minor, and that could also distort the signal. And a third reason would be that open source and platform ecosystems are not included in the measure of patents. So the suggestion here is maybe they could broaden the list of indicators to capture digitalization. And then my 4th point is something that Luca already mentioned, but I think it's worth repeating. The launch of ChatGPT was the end of November of 22, and their sectoral data set stops in 2019. So that's one point. The second point is that OpenAI and Anthropic, which are the leaders in AI, at least in the kind of AI that is relevant now, patent very little. You need to keep the secrets because it's very fast and so on. So I'm not really sure what this AI measure is capturing, and maybe they should wait for enlarging the sample to really be able to speak about AI with more evidence, more relevant evidence here. Because we still have, as was mentioned, this controversy even on the impact of AI on employment and on shortages will be very similar. Now, labor shortages and productivity, that's my 3rd point. So this is where I start to diverge from what was presented here, but that's what I got. It's true I had the 98-page report, but I didn't have time to get in there. So they say this U-shaped relationship between shortages and their productivity, which is measured sales per employee, is not TFP. So both high and low productivity firms experience shortages more frequently than the average firm. And the question, the way they tackle this is, could these two groups of firms be facing shortages of a different nature? And they have this graph for different nature of shortages by productivity. So this is the increased probability of reporting a shortage by high productivity firms, depending on these four groups: production losses, low wages, bad conditions, lack of skills, and better management practices. So, but when you go to these definitions, these groups, first is shortages cause production losses, blah, blah, blah. Low wages is the firm offers poor wages or working conditions. Third is the firm lacks fitting applicants for a vacancy, etc. And the fourth is the firm responds by training workers, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so shortages cause, firms offer, firms lack, firm respond. So I think this grouping may make more sense if you're looking at adjustment mechanisms. So, adjusting wages, offering training, changing organization, which is what they do in one section of the brief. But if you're thinking of different nature of the shortages that the firm faces, it should be external to the firm, right? Maybe skills, lack of skills in the workers, or maybe the market is paying better wages or offering better conditions than the firm, and the firm takes that initially as a given, but not with how firms respond. That's how. So, an alternative statement to me would be the two types of firms maybe face different shortages to which they respond differently and which have different impacts or consequences on them. And the one thing I didn't see is really quantitative accounting for whether these reasons really explain the U-shape with productivity. And a last comment that I make is that in the end we are not sure what this means because everything is jointly determined. Productivity is totally endogenous and the responses are endogenous, so I'm not sure if we can interpret this cleanly. Now, policy direction. This is where I really don't overlap because they didn't really go much over the policies, but it's in the policy brief. It was my remit to discuss it, so let me do that. So they have 4 sets of policy recommendations. One is expanding the labor supply and participation of different types of workers. The second one is improving labor allocation and mobility, geographic mobility, qualification requirements, etc. The third one is addressing skill mismatches and strengthening training systems, vocational education, lifelong learning, etc. The fourth one is reconciling labor market and productivity policies, and they mentioned competencies related to the energy and the environment. Now, what is the basis for this policy? Actually, they don't call it recommendations, they call it directions. I mean, they're sensible. I would sign, where do I sign? But they are, in the brief, they're very generic, and they are very loosely argued based on, actually, country-level statistics. Although, of course, there's lots of research behind that, so it doesn't fit into a brief, but it's not there. But of course, within countries, limited resources should be devoted to firms and sectors where they should try to address suboptimal demand-supply imbalances. So my suggestion here is that they should try to link more closely the firm and sector level evidence that they presented to the policies that they recommend, and maybe they should be much narrower, but right to the point where the evidence is pointing, and maybe more ambitious to prioritize these policies, because we know that we cannot really tackle all the imbalances that we are able to identify. My second suggestion has to do with maybe an alternative, additional exercise, because if you look at these shortages, they vary enormously within sectors across countries. They go from like 10% in some countries to 40% in other countries. And this is pretty homogeneous across the, so within all sectors there are these types of discrepancies, bigger or smaller. So one thing they might want to do is to take the exercise further and interact these mega trends with some national institutions like labor market institutions, Blanchard, welfares, education measures, taxes, regulation, you name it, and then they could maybe be more specific about the characteristics of countries that make the shortages more acute and where they could focus their policies. And the last one is about additional evidence. This is something that Christian already raised. So in what occupations the shortages happen? I think it would be interesting to include that in the brief. And do the first say that this affects mostly jobs for low-skilled workers, medium-skilled workers, high-skilled workers? I think it should be there because it's very good to have evidence from firms, but then there are tons of literature on the side of skills. So you should try to really bring that together. We could learn a lot. And my last point is about Mismatch. They have, in the paper with Dorville, they have some discussion, and some of it has been presented here, on qualification mismatch. But there's also some literature on occupational mismatch, and I think it would be very good to try to link with that. And then I want to make some publicity of a project, which is one of these EU Horizon projects, which is called TRAILS. Long name is Enabling Data Analytics for Actions Tackling Skills, Shortages and Mismatch. And there are many universities, I should CEMFI. Yeah. So they have this, these are the partners. Naples University is there, the coordinator is Democritus University in Praise, and Tilburg and so on. And in publications, at this stage there are no papers, there are some briefings, but I think, they will have some research papers, so it might combine well with what you're doing. So that could be useful. One of the focus is VET, Vocational Education and Training, but another focus is AI. So I think it really fits well with what you're doing, and they are constructing novel tools and databases. So I think that actually might the policy applications that they derive might actually be well with what you're doing. So that's it. It's a nice brief, and I enjoyed reading it, and hopefully this will be helpful.
Thank you very much for the discussion. I guess you want to reply to some of the comments, and then we can open to the floor to questions. Would you like to reply now or take some questions?
I think Tito is suggesting questions.
Okay.
Pedro?
Thank you. So so I do think, like Samuel, that there's the two natures of shortages, at the bottom and at the top. But at the bottom, I think if you are an economist with an unwavering belief on the markets, the question is, why don't wages adjust? And why don't you see a much rise in wages? Because you have the persistence, been several years already with shortages. So you might want to wonder if there is any market failure that's preventing, and I think there's two natures of market failure. So one is monopsony. So I think a lot of companies, especially at the bottom, and this is by experience, they have a monopsonist reasoning. So I have a restaurant, I have 10 workers, I pay 1,000 euros, I can't get anyone at that price. But I could get if I increase 200 euros. But then if I hire one more, I have to increase to all my workers. And this raises costs a lot. And then comes the second market failure, which is a kind of coordination. So I don't want to do this while my competitor, because it will increase a lot the costs relative to my competitors. So here I really think we should be thinking about solutions at the sectorial level to overcome this. So this could be sectorial minimum wages, so basically we want to value these jobs. No, we want to value the sectors from the point of view of the worker. No, what can we offer? And this could mean, on one hand, either higher wages, or on the other hand, better conditions. So a lot of these sectors, hotels, restaurants, manufacturing, what workers complain mainly is not so much, it's the wages, but work-life balance, long hours, and not very conciliatory hours, no working weekends, nights. So thinking about working time reduction also at the sectorial level, or basically think about how can we value these jobs. But I think a lot of solutions have to come at the sectorial level, because companies individually, they would, the costs are too much to do individually, but then if they are done by the sector, then you don't have this problem of competition. So I do think coordination is an important element.
I related also what Pedro was saying. First of all, let me join somewhere in praising the fact that you did all this for 10 countries. This is very interesting. Later on, we don't have such a multi-country overview, but evidence in a certain number of countries suggests that this shortage is going on, so well beyond the rebound from the COVID. So the thing which is puzzling to some extent is to which extent this can go hand in hand with evidence of increased monopsony power. So the type of mechanism that just Pedro mentioned is a possibility, but this is over a large set of sectors, including all
loose regulation of fixed-term contracts, your extensive margin of adjustment, that what firms do is that they rely excessively in their hiring practices on sourcing the skills from the market rather than training people themselves. However, if you are rather regulating the open-ended contracts, then firms completely change their hiring strategy, and instead of sourcing the skills from the market, they provide the training inside the house. And that changes completely what firms do, and hence the implications for the skill shortages that you observe. So again, it's not how much you regulate, but what you regulate exactly. And this is where we are curious to know. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That was a fascinating paper. Lots of very interesting evidence. I would like to come back to Pedro's and Tito's comment on the shortages. So I think one big problem with this data, of course, is it is repeated for sections. Now, what's happening in Germany, for instance, where we have just looked at tightness, is that this has dramatic job ladder effects. So firms at the upper part of so it accelerates the job ladder. So individuals start in lower productivity firms, and then they are basically moving up. That means there is severe shortage, of course, in the higher productivity firms, who manage to faster hire workers who are perhaps not as selective as they are in slave labor markets, and at the same time it creates shortages in lower firms at the bottom of the productivity distribution. So I think the kind of dynamics of what's going on in the labor market, and that of course has important implications for wages, and in particular for wage inequality. And I think to really see what's going on in the labor market, how does it affect the wage, the job ladder, how does it affect wages of individuals at different parts of the distribution? It's giving a lot of answers to your shortage findings along the distribution of productivity. And maybe you can do that for one or two countries where you have better data to kind of shed a little bit light on that. The other thing I was wondering, so I think it's fascinating to have vacancy data for so many countries. Now for some countries, in particular in the 2010s and later, you have actually vacancy data by occupation. And so I think it would be really interesting to see just some descriptives, how that has changed over time, and how that is compatible with the findings. So where are coming, it's similar to Samuel's comment, so where are the vacancies? Where do we, where are, what industries, what occupations are basically those where the vacancy jobs are, and how has that changed over time? How does that differ across countries? How does that in particular differ across the age distribution, which is important to understand some of your demographic results? And I think it would be useful, even if you can't do it with the labor force survey, to kind of use maybe more detailed data you may have for one or two or three larger countries to add to this fascinating analysis, going a little bit deeper, maybe along the longitudinal dimension, but also along the vacancy detail dimension. I think that would be great.
There is another question from Marcolin.
Regarding whether you have any data on training in firms, and if so, I think it would be very interesting to see how and whether firms respond to this depending on the level of hiring difficulties and the nature of going back to work.
So there are the questions from the back, no? I think you have time to answer.
Thank you very much for the questions. I actually strongly agree with most of the comments made by Samuel. It means that I will not become his last man in your but thank you very much. I mean, we try to, as many mentioned, this work is very broad and encompasses many countries, and it's quite ambitious questions that were also policy questions at the time, so that's why we try to tackle with the best methods as possible. So I agree actually with most of your methodological points, stuff that we can definitely work on. Some of it we do work on it in the you can report on vacancy, on timeless vacancy or unemployed. At the sector level, we do some robustness. We check that the results are not driven by sectors where there's a lot of reallocation in and out of that sector. On patents, I agree we can do different measures. AI, it is true that AI became an important thing all over in the economy with Gen AI. There is a literature that studies pre-Gen AI. We use measures that are derived from this literature, so they are hopefully consistent. Sectors that are exposed to this kind of AI are different than the ones that are exposed to AI today. One thing I would like to more significantly defend is this idea of distinguishing between shortages of a different nature, which, as we see, has also stimulated some thoughts. I think this is very important. I mean, for a policy standpoint, it's very important because politicians, at least our delegates, they tend to see shortages as sort of a unique, whole phenomenon, and kind of distinguishing these two very different stories of growing in the economy. I think it's important, even only at the descriptive level. And there, we only have descriptive, we only have a cross-sectional survey, but we try to, we are basically asking firms to tell us what is their perceived causality and then what is the perceived causes of shortages, and what, in their view, is going to be the consequence, their reaction to shortages, which, as we saw for the high productivity ones, the causes are more related to lack of skills, the consequence lead to more automation, to more training, as Madalena was suggesting. This, I think, is significant because, in those kind of firms, there is possibly a story of disallocation ongoing, possibly a story of adaptation by these kind of firms with productivity enhancing measures that the policy is happy to sustain. It's not such a bad news that these firms are doing these kind of things. And on the other hand, for low productivities, at the end there is this picture where we have, on one hand, production losses, on the other hand, you have this kind of workers having, firms that suggesting that they are not finding workers because they offer bad pay, bad conditions, and so on. That's maybe not such a bad news that workers are climbing the job ladder, avoiding these firms in a period of 22, 23, where aggregate tightness was particular. On the monopsony aspect, we did think of that, and there is in fact an interesting question there. I think there's a paper by Ben Schofer and colleagues asking this question, whether can explain this presence of shortages for low productivity firms by some sort of monopsony power. In my understanding, we still need some extra assumptions there. We need some wage floors, potentially we need some employment protection of the incumbents. It's not so trivial to generate that monopsonistic behavior by not increasing wages, even if you have shortages, and potentially it's a problem for your efficiency, for your production function to have such shortages. The policy discussion, of course, it's broad. It was meant more to set the table for the discussion. That's also the purpose of the policy brief, how we interpreted that. And that's it, I think, on my side. If anyone want to something.
Residually, I guess. So thank you, Francesco, for taking the hot potatoes. On the, let's say, on the skill categories and the more occupational dimensions, so it's fully agreed that these are dimensions of interest. There's, at the same time, quite a bit of information out there, more on the policy spectrum than on the research spectrum about this phenomena at the occupational level, in particular, notably by many colleagues at the OECD. So for us, it was more a matter of finding a space that sort of was underexplored, right? But for sure, there are, there's much more that can be done, and in fact, some of it is being done. So on the sort of outsourcing dimension, so thank you, Elena, for bringing it up. So this is not super stressed in our analysis. Mostly because we do ask firms whether they do outsourcing as a consequence of their shortages, and some do, but not that many. So it's in fact not a phenomenon that we put forward. In any case, it's in the analysis that you saw, it's bundled up in that better management practices label that is a bit of a catch-all together with automation. So it seems to be not a preferred solution. But point well taken. For training, as you saw, Maddalena, there is training there already in the analysis. We don't have much more than that. It was there were, in fact, 2 to 3 questions in the questionnaire that went in that direction, but we had to drop them because this was becoming too long to do. So that's unfortunately part of it. So on the skill dimension, always on Elena. I come from the PIAC team. In fact, a few years ago there was one of my appointments. By all means, I think we could do more. I want to point out the fact that most of the analysis has country, sector fixed effects and country time fixed effects. So part of this external dimension of the labor market and its composition is cleaned up. So the analysis, in fact, factors that in. But it's a different matter whether we want to actually show it. So there may be some interesting lessons to derive by removing the fixed effects and actually using the actual data there. Well, I think that covers most of it. In fact, I'm just very grateful for the many comments. I hope we'll have the time to actually deliver. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for an interesting discussion. Now we move to the second part of the session with Pedro Gomes presenting his work on vertical mismatch.
Okay, thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm going to, this is joint work with Pietro Garibaldi, with Thepthida Sopraseuth in Paris and Andrei Shasambuli in Cyprus. And this paper is about vertical mismatch. And what I want to define it, so vertical mismatch means it describes a phenomenon where workers are employed in occupations that typically require different education and skills. It's different than horizontal mismatch if we define the jobs and the skills or education with a particular ranking. So there's a ranking. So let me give you some specific examples. When we talk about vertical mismatch, Luca talked about overeducation. The word that we'll use throughout the paper is underemployment. So these are people with a college degree that are typically working in occupations that doesn't require college. So in the US, in now the latest year, so 2023, about 20% of hairdressers, door-to-door sales workers, nuisance street vendors, taxi drivers and chauffeurs, telephone operators, they have a college degree. So we call them underemployed. Now they actually have a premium in that category relative to workers without college. So there's a college premium even in these predominantly unskilled occupations, but they earn less relative to well-matched peers. So this is called the wage cost of underemployment. Now, on the other hand, and if you are flying, please forget this statistic, 23% of aircraft pilots and flight engineers do not have a college degree. We would call them overemployed. They earn less than their peers in that occupation, so not having a degree just translates into lower wages, but they still have a wage premium relative to workers without college. Okay, so this is what we define, what we call vertical mismatch. Here I want to make clear there's no moral statement or efficient whether it's good or bad. This is just defining a particular phenomenon that not necessarily all college workers are working in occupations that you think they are college. And this is very important. So this is average for the US between 1980 and 2023. I'll give you some time series a bit later on. But on average, 1/3 of college graduates in the US are working in these predominantly unskilled occupations. 1/3. And they have a wage penalty in that relative to being well matched by 20%. And 13% of people without college are overemployed, and they have a premium of about 40%. So Pietro, Thepthida and I have been working on this for quite a while. We published several papers looking at the implications of this. If 1/3 of college graduates are actually working in unskilled occupation, it has very important implications for our understanding of the college premium. We do also by gender. Women had more underemployment in the 70s and 80s, but now actually men have higher underemployment and higher wage cost of underemployment. We look at the implications also in the public sector, explaining it's part of the explanation why the government hires so many college graduates, that's higher underemployment in the public sector, and also output cost of mismatch. So we are looking at, considering this, what are the implications for many of important macro questions. This paper studies another implication, which is for migration, to understand the effects of migration. And why? So when we put relative to natives, migrants have higher rates of underemployment, and they have higher wage penalties when they are underemployed. And they are much less likely than if you don't have a college to actually access this higher level of occupations than natives. Okay? And this intuition, so this whether you do it the averages or if you condition on observable characteristics, and this intuition, or we know it for a long time. So the paper by Christian, Luca, and Jan talks very preeminently that migrants do tend to have lower work in lower occupations, and what we do it in a more explicit way. So we study this. There's been other papers that study. We think we have an interesting angle. So why is this important? It's important because even if migrants and natives with college, they are intrinsically identical, the ex-post outcomes might be different if they go to different occupations. So think about a college-educated migrant, immigrant, and native. Think about a doctor. And then think that the immigrant comes and it's well matched, so it becomes a doctor. Then he's more likely to substitute for the college-educated native doctor. But what if he doesn't, for different reasons, so we'll talk about that, he becomes underemployed. He becomes a taxi driver. So in that case, he won't really substitute the college-educated doctor. He might complement, and he actually might substitute or affect more the wages of the non-college taxi driver. Okay. So the implication is very clear. The job that the immigrants will do will have important implications for the different types, distributional implications for. And this example, so in 1990s, during the fall of the Berlin Wall, a lot of migrants from Soviet Union went to Israel. They were very highly educated, but because of decision, they didn't recognize the degrees, so they were a lot of them did become taxi drivers, and then this is important to understand the consequences of migration. So how does the effect of migration change when we account the fact that not all the time you are matched with you are in jobs that match the education? And we have three contributions. So the first one is empirical, so we'll just document some facts, time series and cross-section for the US. And then we'll develop a theory, it's a model, it's a simple neoclassical model with mismatch and participation, where the effective supply of skills depends on the job that people take. And then we'll use it to understand what happens after the influx of college migration, and also what happens if you create a hostile environment. So if you make harder for migrants to get the best paying job, what are the implications for natives? Then the third part, I don't think I won't have time, but then this really has important implications, more technical, on the estimation of the elasticity of substitution between natives and migrants. But I won't have time for that, so I'll just stick to the first two. So we have data on, so the US ICOMS data, the census data, so this is 5% of the US population, 1980, 1990, and then annually from 2000 to 2023. The origin, so any foreign born are immigrants, otherwise you are native. And basically we have two bins. We look at workers with college, 4 years degree, and workers without non-college. And the work, or what the important part is defining what is a skilled and unskilled occupation. So in previous papers we just categorize the skill by the majority of workers within this 4-digit occupation. So the majority is college, then we define it as skill. In this particular paper, we actually go to the occupational Outlook handbook that has for each of the occupations the entry requirements. So it's arguably a bit more exogenous, but 93–94% of the categories are the same. So it doesn't really matter. So for example, private detectives. So these, the entry requirement is you don't have to have a college to become a private detective, but when you actually go, the majority of private detectives have college. So there might be some differences, but it doesn't matter to this. 1/3 of college graduates are working in unskilled occupations. It doesn't really depend on how you define at the margin. So one element that sometimes surprises the education of migrants. It's very similar, and the evolution is very similar, at least for the whole US. So there's not that many differences in terms of the education of migrants. And here are the underemployment rates, so about 1/3. This gap has been narrowing over time. And on the other hand, the gap on overemployment rates have been widening. So it's much easier or more likely for a native without a college to actually become an air pilot. Now, it's very important, I think it's one of the contributions of our papers to emphasize that it's very important the quantity, so the level of these underemployment rates, but it's very important the wage cost of underemployment. And this is the evolution, so this is the gap if you are underemployed relative to well-matched workers. So in the 80s, if you had a college and you were working in an unskilled occupation, your wage penalty was about 5%. So actually it wasn't very high, but it has been increasing a lot, and at the end of the sample is about 27% for natives. But the difference that we're interested today, the difference between natives and migrant immigrants, it's actually quite stable. So immigrants have a higher wage cost of underemployment. Okay, so I'll jump. So we have facts on the time series and also across states. So this is for the last year of the sample, and each dot is one of the US states. So there are states where underemployment is higher for natives. But what's interesting here is the dispersion. There's much more dispersion on the underemployment rate of immigrants. The overemployment rate, with the exception of 2 states, it's always higher for natives. The wage cost is so this cost of underemployment is always always higher for migrants. So we do one element. So I'll just don't look. Well, you can look at that. This is not just an entry. This is not just an entry effect. So even migrants after 11 or 20 years, the unemployment rates after 21 years kind of almost converge. They are still a bit higher, but the wage penalty is still higher after 21 years, or more than time from arrival. And also these gaps with the overemployment rates still persist after. So it's not you see it more in the beginning, but it's not only. And from a worker's perspective, it is a bit. It's not permanent, but there is some persistence. So if you are underemployed today, so this is CPS data that we can match workers across years. So if you are underemployed today, 3/4, 75% chance that you'll be underemployed next year, and this is slightly higher for migrants. So in the paper we do some decompositions, we present the data, but what I want to do for the rest of the time is think about this in the context of a model. and it's going to be a very simple model. We call the neoclassical model of mismatch. And the power of the model is the simplicity. So this is studying this within a very simple framework that could be taught to third-year undergraduates or used in policy institutions. So this is how macroeconomists think in the world without mismatch. So they think about workers with high college degree or without college degree. So here the education would be C for college, N for non-college. And usually there's a one-to-one mapping with the education you have and the type of job that you do. So we can call it H for high-skill job, or high-skill occupation, and L for low-skill occupation. And it's such that we always do this when we study macroeconomists, when we study the capital skill complementarities or skill bias technological progress. We don't even, the words, we call it skilled worker, skilled job, it doesn't matter. No, we are very loose with how we speak because there's this one-to-one mapping, at least when you come to the data. And this is macroeconomists speaking, so so you can think about this with now two types of workers, natives and immigrants. Usually you have a production function which is a CES that aggregates skilled and unskilled jobs. And we'll consider just a case where natives and migrants are perfect substitutes, so they provide the same good. They can have different productivities or different efficiency units, but they are essentially providing the same labor input. And there is a one-to-one mapping. So if you have college, you'll be in a skilled job. You'll be, and if you don't have college, you'll provide the unskilled. You'll do the unskilled jobs. Now, what happens with mismatch? So here is, in principle, the assumption is that every college worker can perform unskilled jobs. So I've worked in a hotel serving breakfast a long time ago. I can do it. And they can, people, if they have college working in skilled jobs, they'll have different efficiency units than workers without college. And you can think that they have higher efficiency units. Now, it doesn't mean that everyone will choose, but it means that some people might choose, and I'll explain why would they sort to these occupations. But it's in the possibility set, not in the... On the other hand, the problem is not symmetric, because not every person without college can do a skilled job. So I don't think no one can become a brain surgeon if they don't have college, but they can become a manager, for instance. So what we say, there's a fraction of workers with non-college that can access a high-skill occupation, and some will do, but they will have potentially different efficiency units, potentially lower. So here you see the asymmetry. This is not kind of a typical Roy model where it's the same, you are at the same level, you choose between occupations. The asymmetry of the problem, why it's vertical mismatch, is here on the efficiency units. If you have college and you go down, you are more productive. If you don't have college, not everyone can go up, and you are less productive. And what this means, that when we think about the jobs in efficiency units, we can't just say that college do the skilled jobs. So in skilled jobs will be done by people with college that are well matched, and also by people without college that are overemployed. So you have to split up, and basically you have two dimensions, the dimension of the education and the dimension of the job. And you have four groups that you have to think. So there's four combinations. So you can think about high type, well-matched college degree, underemployed. So college degree underemployed, they are at the bottom. The non-college, well-matched, and the overemployed. So you have the same technology, but now you do the combination of skills. So in essence, you have two market clearing wage. So the wages in the high type per efficiency unit and in low type. But for different workers, you'll have 8 different wages because workers are providing different efficiency units. So if you are a native overemployed, you'll actually have the wage of the skilled job multiplied by its efficiency units, and the same for the migrants. So there's going to be 8 wages, but in fact it's only 2 market clearing objects. And when you think about the college wages, you now have to think, well, not all the colleges are the same. 1/3 of them are underemployed, and they are actually receiving the wage of the cab driver, even if they can get a little bit more if they are more efficient. Okay, so just to, you have the origin, domestic and foreign, and this is exogenous. So the domestic population is normalized to 1. The size of the migrants is, the proportion is 5. They have the share of educated that varies. This is exogenous. And then we'll consider 2 cases. One with exogenous employment rates. There are some differences across natives and migrants, or endogenous. So you'll have the 2, and then you'll have 4 types of jobs. So the question is, why would someone that has a college degree go and become a taxi driver? And we think about this as some type of barrier. So there is some friction that's preventing workers from getting the highest paying job. So so people can choose either to become well matched or underemployed. If they are well matched, they get the higher wage. Underemployed, they get slightly lower wages. But then there is a cost that's taken from a Campbell distribution. This is a technical assumption, and it's the frictions that are preventing workers to go to the highest paying job. So this could be, I'm married and my best paying job is in a different town and I can't move. I own my house, so I can't move. This could be preferences. Could be things related to licensing. I'm a migrant, I arrived, I'm a doctor, but they don't recognize my degree. I have to do, to pay extra costs to do it. It just prevents me from getting the highest paying job. And that's the sort of sorting. So people will make the best decision, efficient, conditional on some existing friction. And what the Campbell distribution buys you is that you have an analytical solution that depends basically on the wage differential. So if the wage cost of underemployment is very high relative to the frictions, then I don't want to be underemployed. The lower, if the wage cost of unemployment is very small, then I might actually become underemployed. The wage cost is not that high. So if nu goes to 0, then it means that there are no frictions. You will always go to the highest paying job. If nu is higher, then these frictions become more important. Then there is also, for the non-college, it's the same problem, but only a fraction of people actually have the choice of becoming overemployed. Then there is the ones without an opportunity, they just have a non-college job. So there is the equation for participation, but the important thing is this formulation gives a very neat, when we are taking to the data, we can identify these frictions just by inverting the equation. So actually this is independent of the structure of the model, just it's the structure of sorting, but we can back out the frictions. And the frictions are going to depend on 2 things, the prices and the quantities. So the 2 statistics that I showed you. The higher the underemployment means that the frictions are higher. The higher the wage cost of underemployment means they are also higher. Okay. So because I showed you that the underemployment rates are higher for immigrants and the wage cost of unemployment is higher for immigrants, that means that the frictions that immigrants face are higher than domestic workers. And this is so this is independent of the structure, just by giving the wage cost of unemployment and the unemployment rates. These are the frictions that generate mismatch, and you see they are higher for foreign workers over time and across states. Now what we can do is we can actually correlate across states to see what these frictions mean. Are they correlated with something, with other economic variables? So we find that the new for domestic is correlated, for instance, with the share of dual earners, or with the rate of home ownership. So that creates some friction because you can't prevent some people of accepting at the margin. And then in UF, we take out the part that's, we regress it on the domestic new, and then the remaining is correlated with licensing barriers, higher fees, longer training requirements, and larger share of licensed native college workers, and with lower English proficiency. So there is something. So part of these differences are, you can think it's are related to policy. Okay, so the model is really simple, 16 parameters, and you can match one-to-one. So it's that's the advantage. And so what happens? Migrants come in, they make their sorting decisions. They are going to affect, where they are working are going to affect the supply of efficiency units at the skilled and unskilled jobs. This is going to affect the wages. This is going to affect the sorting decisions of natives, which further affect this sorting of jobs. So I'm going to do two exercises and then I'll stop. The first one is an increase in college migration. Migrants with college degree, and I'll compare a model with mismatch and without mismatch. And then I'll talk about a hostile environment. So what happens if you increase these frictions for immigrant workers? No, you have to go more to the register, you don't accept a degree, etc., etc. Okay, so when you have the influx of just college migration, in the model of mismatch, without mismatch, even within, when you adjust employment, you have a huge impact in the wages, right? College workers lowers the wages of college migrants, of college natives, and increases a lot the wages of the non-college. This is the idea, if you bring high-skilled migrants, you're going to push up the wages of people without college at home. But when you have the mismatch, actually a lot of these foreigners with college, they will actually end up working as cab drivers. So in the end, what we find is that the presence of mismatch, it doesn't alter the sign, but it does reduce a lot of distributional consequences of mismatch, of migration. Why? Because you have participation adjusting, that's not specific to mismatch, but you have overemployment and underemployment, both of migrants and natives that adjust. So if you have a lot of people coming in with college degree, they will sort down, and that also makes natives that were underemployed, they would not longer be underemployed, and some workers that were without college now go over to overemployment. And all these adjustment methods that we don't have in the typical model, they actually dampen the distributional impact of migration. So you can see this here. This is the impact on the unskilled, the wages of non-college natives and non-college wages and college wages in red. And when you don't have mismatch, you would really think that the impacts would be very positive for non-college natives. But actually, the presence of mismatch, even if they don't adjust, we don't allow any adjustment of the underemployment rates and overemployment rates. Even then, the impacts are much smaller, just because a lot of these college workers are underemployed. And then the last one is thinking about these hostile environments. So what happens if you increase the frictions, make it harder for migrants? And it's unambiguously, it lowers their wages, lowers the employment rates of especially college workers, it increases their underemployment rate, so it's definitely very bad for foreign workers. But what are the distributional impacts at home? And actually, it's to lower the wages of the non-college workers. So by creating this hostile environment, you are going to drive workers with college, foreigners with college, to do these unskilled occupations. And actually, it's going to harm the wages of the non-college. And that's it. So I won't talk about the substitutability, but this is kind of the important idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I invite here Daniele Angelini from the University of Vienna to present his work on aging population and technology adoption.
Hi everyone. Thanks a lot Pietro for inviting me. Thanks a lot to be here. So I will present my paper on aging population and technology adoption, in which I analyze the effects of the structure of the age of the population, the adoption of technology, and through this channel the effects on the labor market and on economic key variables. So the main idea is that aging of the population affects the supply of inputs in the economy. The supply of inputs in the economy determines, therefore, the technology, because the different technologies might have different degrees of complementarities with different types of inputs. So population aging, in particular, leads to an increase in the relative labor scarcity. This is because as population ages, there is a shrinking of the working age population. Moreover, as population ages, there is also an effect on the demand side, so there is an increase in the share of old workers or old people that supply more capital in the economy. This lowers the interest rates, and the combination of a reduction in the working age population, a reduction in the interest rates, increases the adoption of new technology defined as labor-saving or capital-intense technologies. But aging of the population doesn't only have this level effect on the labor supply, it also changes the composition of workers. Under the assumption that young and old workers have a different set of skills, aging of the population affects the skill composition of workers. So assuming that new technology is somehow complementary to the skills possessed by young workers, then aging of the population can reduce the adoption of new technology understood as skill-intensive technologies. There is also an endogenous effect coming from the reaction of countries, of governments to aging of the population. So aging of the population tends to put some pressure on the budget of the governments because it's the reduction of the labor supply. So governments have reacted by increasing the retirement age. But an increase in the retirement age has several effects on the labor market. It increases the labor supply, it changes the age composition of workers, and also affects the incentive to save for retirement. So the effects of an increase in the retirement age is to reduce the adoption of new technology. So as we can see, aging of the population has a not clear effect on the adoption of new technology. Some channels predict a positive effect, some channels a negative effect. So the main question that I will try to answer in this paper is, what is the effect of aging of the population on the adoption of new technology? And then I will try to disentangle the different channels through which aging affects the adoption of new technology. Then, using a calibrated model, I will analyze the macroeconomic implication of population aging in Europe. And then, finally, I will analyze the different policies that can be implemented. So, the paper is structured as follows. I start with a theoretical analysis. So, on the supply side, I construct a task-based production function. So, there will be two different types of technologies. A new technology that is labor-saving and skill-intensive, and then a vintage technology. The new technology will evolve over time, so I construct an R&D sector that produces the blueprints for new technology. So this implies that new technology evolves over time and will be requiring updated skills. On the demand side, in order to link the aging of the population to the supply of inputs, I build an overlapping generation model. Agents will endogenously decide whether to acquire skills or not, and they will make their saving decision determining capital supply. On top of this, there is a government. The government taxes labor, distributes pension benefits, and sets the retirement age in order not to accumulate debts. So this theoretical framework predicts a hump-shaped relationship. So first increasing and then declining between the structure of the population, so age, and the adoption of new technology. So in my empirical analysis, what I do then is to test this relationship, and I find that this relationship exists for different proxies of new technology, namely ICT, intangibles, and robots. Then, performing an employment and wage analysis, I analyze the mechanism driving this relationship. Finally, I produce a policy analysis, I calibrate my model to European data, and I find that maybe increasing the retirement age is not the best type of policy that can be implemented, and I identify a combination of policies in terms of tax and pension benefit cuts that can lead to Pareto improvements. So, let me jump to the model. I consider on the supply side a Chubb-Douglas task aggregator. So there is a final production good, which is this capital Y. So this final production good is produced by aggregating a set of intermediate goods or tasks, it's small y, and each task can be either produced using new technology or vintage technology. New and vintage. So I make the general assumption that the tasks are ordered from tasks that are better produced using new technologies and tasks that are better produced using vintage technology. So fundamentally I assume that the ratio between a new NI and new VI, which are the task-specific productivities, is declining in I. So this implies that there will be an endogenous threshold, this capital I, such that before this threshold all tasks will be produced using new technology, and after this threshold it will be more convenient, more efficient to produce this task using vintage technology. Then I assume that new technology evolves, so the new technology intensity A is just a function of the R&D. So R&D takes as inputs workers, I account for spillover and congestion externalities. Now, I make two assumptions that differentiate this new versus the vintage technologies. So the first assumption is that new technology is labor saving. So I captured this assumption by assuming that alpha, the output elasticity of labor in new technology, is smaller than beta, the output elasticity of labor in vintage technology. Then the second assumption is in terms of the required workers in order to operate either technology. And I assume that new technology tasks and also the R&D sector require high-skilled workers. So the idea is that in order to operate this labor-saving technology, you need to have some skills. Or in order to produce the blueprints, so to update the new technology as well, you need some skills. Now, the idea is that since demographic change affects the supply of inputs, and the supply of inputs determine this endogenous threshold, then technology is endogenous depending on demographics. So in particular, aging of the population changes the supply of inputs in terms of young and old workers, and in terms also of capital. And since the different technologies have different degrees of complementarity with high-skilled and low-skilled workers and capital, aging of the population by altering the supply of inputs also affects the technology. Now, what I need to do in order to close the model is to link demographic change to the supply of inputs. So I build a very simple two-period overlapping generation model. In the first period, agents are young. So when agents are young, they need to decide whether to acquire skills. They supply inelastically 1 unit of labor, they consume, and they save for the second period. In the second period, agents are old. When they are old, they still need to decide whether to acquire skills, because as I was telling you, R&D changes the nature of the new technology. So new technology, in order to be operated, requires updated skills. Then they supply some labor. They don't supply 1 unit of labor, but a fee, fraction units of labor. So fee represents the retirement age. So think of young people being between 25 and 50, so full in the working age period. Elderly people to be between 50 and 75 in this model in which each generation lasts 25 years. So elderly people are partially in the working age period and partially they are retired. So this fee represents a measure of retirement age. retirement age that is set by the government in order to balance the government budget constraint. Then, when agents are old, they consume their wages, their savings, and also the pension benefits that they receive from the government. So, as standard in overlapping generation model, this model endogenizes capital accumulation. So, aging of the population that increases the share of old workers affects the aggregate savings and affects the capital stock. There is a second thing that this model does, this overlapping generation model does, and it's to endogenize the supply of high and low skilled workers. So I'm not assuming that young workers are the ones using new technology. This is an endogenous choice of the agents. Of course, since young workers have a longer working horizon, 1 unit of time, while old workers only supply labor for a shorter amount of time, and also since young workers do not have savings and they need to accumulate more, their consumption, their utility depends more heavily on their wage than for old workers, then young workers will have a higher incentive to acquire the skills. So I assume that agents are heterogeneous in their ability to acquire skills, and this model entails some skill depreciation. This is because technological change affects new technology, requiring new skills. And this implies that old workers, if they want to remain skilled, they will need to acquire skills also when they become old. So they need to retrain. Then I assume some skill persistence, meaning that the skill acquisition cost will depend on whether the worker acquired skills when the worker was young. So I'm fundamentally ruling out the possibility of becoming an engineer after 50. Now, since young workers have different working horizon, different savings, and different costs of acquiring skills, a note on the cost. In my calibration, in order to match the share of young workers and old workers using certain type of technology, I find that the cost of acquiring skills is much higher for young people. And this somehow makes sense. If you think a young person that needs to acquire the skills to become an engineer will need to spend much more effort, will face a higher cost than an old worker that needs to update. So the difference is not really in terms of cost or, for instance, declining abilities of old and young. The difference comes from the incentives. Young people have higher incentive to acquire skills because they do not have savings and their consumption is fundamentally determined by their wages. So, as population ages, since young and old workers have different incentives to acquire skills, this affects the supply of skilled and unskilled workers. So, the model is fundamentally done. So, let me make some extreme assumptions in order to show the core mechanism of the model. So I abstract from the overlapping generation model initially, so I assume that there is an exogenous capital supply. Then I assume no government, so there is an exogenous retirement age. Then I assume that there is no R&D sector, so there is an exogenous new technology intensity, or TFP. And then I assume that young workers are the only ones able to use new technologies, while elderly people are the ones using vintage technology. As I was saying before, this captures the idea that young workers have somehow a comparative advantage in acquiring skills that are complementary to new technology, because they have a longer working horizon and they need to have a higher wage in order to increase their utility, while elderly people can already use their savings. So these assumptions are quite strong, but they allow me to rewrite the production function as a step production function, in which I can identify two regimes. So this first regime, in which population is relatively young, as we can see here, there will be a lot of young workers in this economy. So some of these young workers will be employed in new technology, some of these young workers will be employed in vintage technology together with old workers. So because of non-arbitrage condition, we will have that the wage of the young and the wage of the old will be the same, and this is reflected in the production function, where we see that young and old enter linearly as perfect substitutes. In the second regime, we have an older demographic structure, so there will be very few young workers, such that all these young workers will be employed in new technology. So all the young workers will be employed in new technology, and all the old workers will be employed in vintage technology. So we will have a separation of the markets. So in this situation, young and old workers are different. They are using different technologies, so they will earn different wages, and they will enter the production function as distinct inputs. As we can see, they enter as imperfect substitutes in the production function, young and old. So what happens to this economy as population ages? So on the x-axis we have the share of old, so going from left to right we have aging. We observe that aging of the population reduces the labor supply. This is because elderly people retire. The reduction in the labor supply triggers an increase in the adoption of new technology, because new technology is labor saving, up to this point here. This point here represents the shift from regime 1 to regime 2. So from a regime in which population is relatively young to a regime in which the scarcity of young workers becomes binding. Okay? So once all the young workers are employed in new technology, then further aging of the population reduces the adoption of new technology, and we observe this hump-shaped. Of course, this hump-shaped, this relationship is driven by this threshold effect, but once we relax the exogenous skill assumption and we allow agents to choose endogenously whether to acquire or not skills, this becomes a smooth hump-shaped relationship. This is fundamentally the mechanism. So aging of the population, if population is relatively young, leads to an increase in the adoption of new technology. And this is driven by this increasing labor scarcity. So aging of the population leads to a scarcity of aggregate labor supply, therefore labor-saving technologies increase. But since these labor-saving technologies require skills mostly held by young workers, further aging of the population, once young workers become scarce, leads to a reduction in the adoption of new technology. Okay, at this point I produce very simple empirics. So I do fundamentally two different exercises. I first analyze whether this hump-shaped relationship is in the data. In order to do so, I use Euclid's capital data to recover a measure of ICT, intan-prod data in order to get a measure of intangibles, and I use the IFR, International Federation of Robotics, in order to get a measure of robot adoption. Then I use the UN World Population Prospects to get age variables, and I limit my analysis to European countries, Japan and the United States. So I use this data in order to test whether this hump-shaped relationship exists and is significant. Then in the second part I analyze the different mechanisms that drive this relationship. I will focus only on the hump-shaped relationship today. So in order to test this hump-shaped relationship, I build a quadratic regression model where the variables of the regressors of interest are age and age squared, defined as share of old workers and share of old workers squared, and then I use three different proxies for new technology. ICT investments, intangible investments, and robots investments. I employ an IV strategy, so I use lagged values of fertility in order to avoid contemporaneous effects between age and the adoption of new technology. This shields me partially from endogenitis problem. So what I observe is that in all models for the different variables, the linear regression is positive and significant, and the quadratic regressor is negative and significant, hinting at this ham-shaped relationship. So now the question is this within the range of observed values? And if I plot my data within the range of observed values, I observe that the ham-shaped is there and peaks at around 0.5 for basically all my regressions. So this ham-shape remains robust, even if I use different model specification, namely the third-degree polynomial and the GIM, in which I do not impose any functional form to the relationship. I also analyze this data at the industry level in order to see if there is some effect coming from the demand side. Aging of the population affects the age composition of consumers, and elderly consumers have a different basket of consumption with respect to young people, and this can alter the industry composition, and different industries use different type of technologies, and this can also have an effect, but the results are robust. So, just a very quick summary of the empirics. I show that there exists this ham-shaped relationship. Then, in a part that I didn't show today, I analyze whether there exists complementarity between skills and young workers with the technology, and this seems to be there in the data, but today we have seen also some evidence regarding that. And there is also some evidence. I also do some analysis in order to show the relevance of depreciation of skills. In particular, I show that high-skilled workers, defined as workers with college degree, if they are old, they tend to lose from technological change, while high-skilled workers, when they are young, they tend to benefit. Okay, let me proceed with the last part of the paper, in which I analyze the quantitative and policy implications of my model. So the model is calibrated to European countries, and the model is able to replicate some trend that we observe in the data. So the increase in the adoption of new technology, slowing down in new technology in 2015, the increase in output, labor productivity, capital, reduction in the interest rate, reduction in the labor share, an increase in the government spending, and also is able to mimic the change in the composition of the government spending. In particular, it mimics the reduction in the pension spending following 2015. That was a period in which in Europe many countries increased the retirement age. Okay, so here are my model predictions. In blue we have the aggregate effect. I split it in two parts. The effect coming from technological progress in yellow, and the effect coming from changes in demographics in red. So as we can see, the main driver of the increase in new technology adoption from 1990 to 2015 is specifically aging population. So aging population initially had a strong effect on the adoption of new technology. This means that we were on the increasing part of the curve of the relationship between age structure and adoption of new technology. But then, in the period between 2015 and 2040, we have a slight reduction in the effect of aging on new technology adoption, meaning that European countries on average are at the peak and facing the downward part of this relationship. Another thing that I would like to show is the effect on the skill premium. So we observe that the increase in the skill premium is fundamentally completely determined by aging of the population. So this goes a bit in contrast with automation papers that show that automation is a major driver of inequalities, wage inequalities. In this case, technological changes have basically zero effect. And this is because agents endogenously can acquire skills, decide whether to acquire skills or not. So the increase in the wage premium is counterbalanced almost completely by the higher supply of skilled workers. However, young workers are the ones that are able to acquire the skills at a reasonable cost, and therefore aging of the population by reducing the supply of skilled workers also determines the increase in the skill premium. Okay, what has been done in many OECD countries is to increase the retirement age. However, the increase in the retirement age tends to reduce capital accumulation, because agents that know that they will work longer will save less for retirement. And also, increasing the retirement age has a very strong implication on the composition of the workforce, because increasing the retirement age means that we are flooding the market with people that are 60 and plus, because that's the margin that is adjusting. And those people are the ones that have a lower incentive to acquire skills. And this can dampen, therefore, the combination of lower capital accumulation and increasing constraint on the skilled labor supply reduces further the adoption of new technology. Now, can we find another policy that is feasible? And when I say feasible, I mean that can be voted in the parliament, so that there is not an opposition there, so that everybody can actually increase their consumption? Well, what I do in order to analyze that is to fix the retirement age and analyze whether a combination of different policies can increase the consumption for everybody. So fixing the retirement age means that I don't account for the disutility from working, so the only margin that I need to check is the consumption of agents. So I consider three policies. Policy one is an increase in the labor tax. An increase in the labor tax reduces savings. The reduction in savings reduces capital accumulation, which has a negative effect on new technology adoption. So we see that policy one in red slightly increases new technology adoption, but this is because I'm offsetting the effect coming from the increase in the retirement age. However, capital accumulation reduces and output is significantly lower, and of course consumption for agents is smaller. Second policy is a reduction in the pension benefits. Pension benefits increases, the reduction in pension benefits increases the need to save for when you retire. This increases capital accumulation, increases new technology adoption, and output is fundamentally not changed. This is a good news. Now we can ask ourselves if this policy can be implemented. Well, no, because old workers will lose out. You reduce pension benefits, old workers, old people will oppose this policy. Then I consider a third policy, a reduction in the labor tax combined with a reduction in the pension benefits. So savings increase quite a lot because of the reduction in the taxes, which allows you to have a higher disposable income, but also because you need to save more for when you retire. So there is a strong positive effect on capital, a strong positive effect on output. So output increases, and if output increases, it means that we can redistribute these gains to different generations. Actually, this is not needed because all generations will gain in terms of consumption. Just a caveat, this is a two-period overlapping generation model in which old people work. If we were considering a model in which old people were not working, we would have needed to actually pay back the already pension years. Okay, so let me conclude this paper. Then if I have 1 minute, I will show you a bit of an extension of this model. So in this paper, I theoretically analyze the effect of population aging on new technology adoption, try to disentangle the different channels. I test the main implication of the model using data. And I use this model in order to analyze the macroeconomic implication of aging in Europe, showing that aging led to a slowing down in new technology adoption and labor productivity, and is a major driver of wage inequality. Finally, I show that retirement mitigation policies can lead to Pareto improvements. Now, the puzzle that I faced was, well, I was thinking to be that Italian young workers should be very happy about this, the predictions of this model, so they can just undertake higher education, earn a super high wage in Italy. And then I discussed this with my colleague Lorenzo in Vienna, sipping a coffee, while I was preparing to meet my very highly educated Italian friends in Vienna. So there must be something that is not working there. Of course, it's the outside option. So now I'm extending this framework introducing migration. This is a joint project with Filippucci, and fundamentally it's an extension of this paper to a multi-regional framework. So the idea here is that aging of the population leads to young labor scarcity. So we are on the downward part of the curve. This leads to lower adoption of new technology. Lower adoption of new technology has a negative market size effects. This reduces incentives to innovate. Reduction in the incentives to innovate reduces labor productivity and reduces wages relative to abroad. This leads to migration and also skilled migration, and since migrants tend to be young workers, young people, this leads to further aging. So we have this loop. So this model is able, in a very preliminary calibration, is able to replicate the migration flows from Italy to the Northern Europe, driven by heterogeneity in technology and demographics, and it's also able to explain the change in the skill composition of migrants. Indeed, we have observed that the composition of migrants is increasingly high-skilled workers. So this model has a feedback loop which can lead to multiple equilibria. Indeed, I want to calibrate this model both in Italy, in which we had growth that is fundamentally been zero in the last 20-30 years, to Spain that instead has a similar demographic structure but still managed to increase. And I think my idea is that the immigrants coming from other countries to Italy or Spain face different integration costs. For instance, immigrants in Spain have lower language barrier costs, while in Italy, migrants need to learn a new language from scratch. And this can lead to different paths of growth. So, using this model plus data from VC teams, we want to provide a framework to study policies that are aimed at breaking this negative loop, for instance, the rientro di cervelli, and other common European policies for technological and migration. So with this I conclude. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. We now have time for a few questions from the audience. Let's try with the microphone this time.
Thanks. I have a question for Pedro. Thanks a lot. It was fascinating. I think, in general, in European countries, but I guess also in the US, something that we observed in most recent years is that migration decision happens before the decision to enter tertiary education. So a lot of migrants enter the country through the higher education decision, right? And so I was thinking a lot when you were presenting the paper, essentially, this kind of change, let's say, the occupational sorting, so effectively migrants who acquire an educational qualification in the country have essentially not a problem relative to natives, or is somehow you can check this into the data and see if effectively there's still a gap even for those who acquire an educational qualification in the country.
I would think that it's much smaller if you acquire in the US, if you do the degree there, that you have lower underemployment rates than if you have your degree from outside, partly because of this how it's recognized or either officially or unofficially by employers. But we can't see that with the data we have. So this is census data, so it doesn't tell us where you've done the undergraduate degree. So that we'll have to do it in another. But I
I would think so, yeah.
There is a question from Tito.
I think the nice thing about these two papers is that they highlight the two potential undesirable consequences of two common ways of dealing with labor shortage. One is increased migration, and the other one is increased retirement age. Yet some questions about on Pedro's paper. I think a significant component of the frictions and leading to underemployment. By the way, I prefer using skill downgrading because underemployment is often referred to in part-time choices. So a potential, a large component of this is related to licensing agreements, and that has to do with self-employment. So when you deal with self-employment, the matching issue is way less defined. So it's a different concept. So I wonder how you deal with self-employment in this context. And concerning, what we were saying before about AI, I think with a completely different age structure and complementarity. So I think there are strong arguments for thinking that AI is complementary to older human capital more than young, where there is substitution of that. Also, I would be very careful on policy implication, given that the structure of your model, the fact that you don't have the pensions, you don't have the age is over, so the taxation has no intergenerational component. So I would be very, very cautious in that respect.
Shall we collect?
There's a question from.
Yeah, just very quickly for Daniele. Wonderful work, very interesting. I was wondering if you looked at the quantity of skill accumulation for the old that is required in your model, because it seems pretty high to me for old people to remain active. And maybe, I don't know if it squares the amount of training or skill accumulation or skill differential that we see in PIAT data or in other sources. That because maybe employment protection regulation, which seems a big elephant in the room there, also varying a lot across countries, can provide a substitute for why old people remain to work, can provide also cross-country variation. Also explaining, another fact that I was thinking of when looking at the results, age-wage profiles vary a lot across countries. So I wonder if the model can somehow rationalize that as well.
You were both. No, but go ahead, Christian, or someone.
So I wonder about the heterogeneity in quality of college graduates, because we all know someone who has a college degree, but you don't see much ability there, and I wonder if how you, even for natives, this is an issue, because you might think, of course, it's not the whole story, because you see that people with a college degree who are underemployed, they still get the premium, but I wonder how you could, in the model, get a handle on the variability of the dispersion, the distribution of quality in people who have a college degree, whether this could be different for natives and immigrants, and whether this could actually confound your estimate of the friction, because it might be that really the quality there is captured by the friction, but it's not really friction, but that issue.
Yes. Yeah, so very, very interesting papers. Maybe first some comments on Pedro's paper. So the problem I have with that is that you kind of equalize what you observe in the data with productivity. Now, in our 2013 paper, we have shown that downgrading, we call it downgrading of immigrants in the UK, is very, very dramatic. And the reason is that you don't have complementary human capital. So you want to work as a surgeon, but you don't speak, say, the English language. So that basically means you are not productive in the labor market, and we find you at other parts of the wage distribution than where we would predict you. So that's a problem for a large part of the immigration literature, which uses CES production functions to measure the impact of immigration. It basically leads to potentially very misleading results, but that's also a problem, of course, for your kind of exercise. Two other very brief points. So the simulation is very interesting, but you assume vertical labor supply curves. So there are no employment effects. We know that's a heroic assumption.
No. So there is, I presented just the other employment, but there was another, so the exogenous participation, but also endogenous participation. So there is that margin is there. That margin. So I just didn't present for exposition but it's an ex ante. But that we are all in agreement. That was.
Then the third one is there is a lot of dynamic adjustment. So if you again look at the UK, so individuals downgrade, but after 20 years they have actually adapted their human capital. So there is a dynamic going on, which means they are kind of climbing up faster than natives, the qualification ladder, because they transfer their human capital, say the college degree in medicine, they learn the language, they start as a nurse, and then they end up as a surgeon after 10 years. So that would be also interesting, I think, to explore in a very interesting model. One very brief comment to Pedro, to Daniele. A key assumption in your model, of course, is that the old guys like Tito and me cannot adopt the new technologies. So if you give that up, then everything radically changes. And I think so I would like to see I would like to see evidence on it. Is that a good assumption? Because a lot of your prediction and all the policy conclusions actually hinge on that assumption. So I think it would be good to kind of provide a little bit more convincing evidence that this is a very good assumption. But otherwise, the topic was very interesting.
Are there other questions?
Shall I?
Actually, I would like to say something about Daniele's paper. You are really, talk about feasibility. The fact that you don't have pensioners is a big issue because, pensioners basically block all reforms, or almost most reforms, because they're not getting the benefit when you say you reduce replacement rate. They're not getting the benefit of the reduction of the labor tax when they're working. So you're missing the intertemporal element, right?
Yes, absolutely. I was very brief on that, but I can tell a bit more.
So I think both questions or several is what's the source of the sorting, and there could be conceptually two different views. So one is if I draw efficiency units as a doctor, I draw efficiency units as a barista, and I choose the highest paying job. And I think many of the papers in the literature do, you choose, and then you are a barista because you were a terrible surgeon, and your wages are actually lower, and you get a higher wage. So you are making an efficient choice in a world without frictions. It's just here it's actually a friction that prevents you, and this is conceptually different. When we calibrate, the model in the end, they are the same. You could get the same equilibrium, but obviously the counterfactuals would be completely different. But this is conceptually. So what's the nature of underemployment? So what I can tell you, I think this answers a bit of so in the previous paper we actually calibrate the model based on switchers, on people that switch. So we control for an observable characteristics. And when people go from a skilled occupation to an unskilled, the same person, they earn less. If you are switching and you have the view that's efficiency units, then you have to assume that suddenly you become much less productive as a surgeon from 1 year, or you become much more productive. No, you actually became less productive as a surgeon, so you actually chose to downgrade. So the question is really conceptually what we think of this. So if you think that it's a choice, so I think it's an efficient choice given a certain friction that's preventing you to go on your highest paid job. I think you have to do a lot of data work and account for both to actually distinguish. It's something we don't do. So we are presenting this view, but certainly the paper by Joan Lull in the Restart, he does an amazing job, and he has even the choice of schooling. So it's even more kind of detail, but it's we offer a different view. I think this view is more in line with the policy institutions like the OECD, or at least how they see this underemployment. I think it's consistent with some of this view that if you downgrade, you actually earn lower wages, which in the other view of the efficiency units you wouldn't have. But clearly, I think in the data there will be a mix of the two. So to answer Samuel, it's probably taking part of it. We are capturing more than that, more than the frictions. We are also capturing. But we just want to present that model. Then we struggle a lot the literature on just the names, underemployment, because people call it for many different things. So you can call it overeducation, but also that can mean different things. So that's why I explicitly, the first slide always starts with what I mean, precisely because the name itself can be. And actually I don't remember if we exclude self-employment or not from the data, so I'll have to check in the paper. I don't recall.
Thanks a lot for the questions. I mean, those are they made me understand that you understood the paper, because those are actually the criticism, the criticalities of the paper. But let me try to defend a bit. So, starting with the feasibility, what I'm saying is that. In this model, instead of having just two generations, young and old, if I had three, young workers, old workers, pensioners, then of course the third policy would definitely be blocked by pensioners. So I couldn't be able to say that this policy is a Pareto improving policy. But still, since there is an increase in output driven by the policy, there is still room to redistribute in such a way that everybody gains from this policy. So in this sense, I claim that it's still feasible.
But agents are also myopic then in your model. They could anticipate. Once the pensioners get worse off, everybody else can anticipate that as a pensioner will be worse off and still be against, right?
Yes, I didn't go that further in the reasoning of the model, because I mean, also to answer Tito's question, those policy implications, the way that I interpret them is just to fundamentally hint at the fact that increasing retirement age can have some effects that go beyond just increasing the labor supply. So, of course, you need to increase the retirement age in order to maintain some fiscal balance, but there are other effects that might work against what you're trying to do, so to increase growth. And what I'm saying is just you need to take into account this, and there are other tools that might act in a similar way as increasing the retirement age, in order, even if they don't reduce the adoption of new technology. Regarding the evidence on old workers not be able to use new technology, so in the model, I assume this just in the simplified version of the model. Then in the complete model, there is endogeneity in skill acquisition choices, and old agents can acquire skills, where I will have old agents being able to use new technology. The difference is that the share of old agents that will use new technology will be smaller than young agents. And this is because elderly people have lower working horizon and therefore lower incentive to acquire these skills. And I have evidence on the higher use of new technology by young workers. That's the part that I didn't present. But for instance, here I use a between-within analysis in which I exploit either time variation or between country industry variation, and I find that ICT and intangible intensive sectors, so those sectors using more these proxies of new technology, tend to employ more young college. And then, for instance, ICT intense sectors use less old college, so same level of education, but the discriminant there is the age. Even if you're old, and even if you had, if you're old and even if you had high education, then you will be employed in sectors that do not use a lot of this type of technologies. And I take this as an evidence of skill depreciation. And I have several of these evidence. For instance, I take some survey data and I show and I regress for different age categories the probability of being employed in software development task or hardware development task, IT task, or innovation, so introduction of new machine, product innovation, and there seems to be some sort of a negative relationship between age and the probability of being employed in occupation in which you use this task. Even if I control for industry, even if I control for occupations. So there is some evidence of that. Then it still leads to this evidence. I target the share of old workers that can use new technology. So it is an assumption, but it's also an assumption that is based on a target. So the way that I do it is just to take this survey data in which agents are asked, what is your ability in using this type of technology, ICT technologies, and I target the share of young workers and the share of old workers that responds, yes, my level of, my skill level for this type of task, ICT intense task is high. And and I target this. So it's half an assumption, half something that the model actually predicts. Finally, regarding the AI, this is basically the final paragraph in my paper, because I perfectly agree. There has been this Copernican revolution of artificial intelligence, the way that before we needed to speak, to learn the language of the machine, so everybody was learning how to code, and now instead the machine speaks our language. So the determinant is how well you speak our language, and it can be, of course, that elderly people are more skilled, also because they grew up putting effort in learning these skills, while maybe now young people might not be so familiar in writing an email without the help of ChatGPT or Claude. So I perfectly agree. In the model, this can be captured by having a reduction in the skill acquisition cost. So assuming that AI is a skill saving technology, then the cost of acquiring skills reduces, and the negative effect of population aging that goes through the increasing scarcity of agents might be offset by the introduction of this new technology, this AI technology, because it is fundamentally different from the technology that I described here. Yeah.
So I had a question for you to think a little bit outside the model. So, like Friedman, everything reminded him of money. For me, it's obsessed with working time reduction. So I wanted to ask you if it's conceivable that you think a lot about that. What would be a policy of reducing the hours worked per week, but increase the hours, the retirement age? So you reduce for 4-day week, but you increase the retirement age. In a way, it gives increasing the length of the duration of your life, working life, might give you more incentive to adopt more skills, and also the time, because if you work less, then you have more time to. So if you could foster technological adoption, and at the same time, so what did it mean in your model?
Yeah, fortunately, I read your book, so I have an answer that you will like. No, I think that would be actually a good policy, because a second order effect that I didn't discuss, because it's second order in my model, is that increasing the retirement age might also increase the incentives for agents to acquire skills, because increasing the retirement age also increases the working horizon, even if you are already old. So you might want to increase your effort, your studies, but of course you need time, and reducing the amount of hours that you work daily, weekly, then of course can give you that
And
That's
there's another
margin in
element.
order to learn and also to innovate.
Yeah, and there's the element of the disability cost of working. If you can think that working 5 days at the age of 65 with a new technology, it's quite, it's really a burden, and I think it's part of the reason why people want out, at 65, because of the intensity, and by reducing the intensity you also make it less painful, so it allows workers to accept. So in your case, they wouldn't like to work longer, more years, but then if the intrinsic cost of the job, so that's just an idea for the next one.
Yeah,
after my question.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can conclude here. Thank you very much for participating this morning. A nice lunch will be served outside this room, and we resume here at 2 p.m., around 2 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
When the production of the firm is labor intensive, or when the flow vacancy post CV is high. For example, when you're hiring high-skilled workers, where the hiring process is expected to be more costly. And both these theoretical predictions are predictions that we can test in the data, and I'm going to show you where we find support for both of them. So our goal here is to find an empirical design that can map these comparative statics, and we are going to try to get there by using a shift-share design that we argue can help us isolate temporary shocks to tau that can be seen as exogenous from the firm perspective. But before describing in more detail our shift-share design, I need to tell you more about the data we use. So our final data set covers the universe of French firms in the private sector between 2010 and 2017. And we built this data set by linking together 3 different data sources by using a unique firm identifier. Now our first data source is this vacancy level data set that includes information on all vacancies that are posted on the online job platform operated by the French Public Employment Service called Pôle Emploi. And we have this information for the years between 2010 and 2017. What we observe in this data set is the occupation to which the vacancy refers to, whether the vacancy was successfully filled or not, its publication and the listing date, which then allows us to measure the time it took to fill it, and a number of vacancy characteristics like whether there is any level of experience or education required, the type of contract that is offered. This dataset also includes a firm identifier that we can use to merge it to the matched employer-employee register. This second dataset is going to be useful for 2 reasons. The first one is that we can observe for each worker in a firm their occupation, and so this allows us to build the occupational mix of the firm. But also we use it for some of our outcome of interest, not only employment, but also workers' wages, the hours worked, or retention and job flows. Finally, all of this is merged to firm's balance sheet to obtain other outcomes like sales or profit, but also a number of firms' characteristics that we're going to use in our heterogeneity analysis. Now, I want to spend a couple of extra words on our vacancy level data set because you might not be familiar with it, and it's a very important component of our analysis. So as I said, this data set includes all vacancies that are posted on this online platform operated by the French Public Employment Service. And I would like to highlight 3 features of this data which I believe are important. The first one is that it has a very large coverage. In particular, it's the largest online job platform in France, much larger than private online job platform you might be familiar with, like monsters.com. And this is probably due to the fact that any firm can post a vacancy free of charge on this platform, and job seekers can also screen vacancies free of charge. It allows us to have a very high degree of granularity in variation in the time it takes to fill up vacancies across 84 distinct occupations, almost 300 industries, and more than 300 local labor markets, which is going to be very useful for our identification strategy. And we believe it's very reliable. Indeed, Pôle Emploi has a number of employees that are employed to monitor these vacancies and, for example, make sure that recruitment successes are recorded promptly, and they're going to clean out inactive vacancies and so on and so forth. And in the paper we show that indeed, in line with this reliability, the information we find on Pôle Emploi strongly correlates with firms' self-reported level of hiring difficulties from a number of different surveys on French firms. Given all of these, how do we define hiring difficulties? So we're going to define it as an index included between 0 and 1, which we build at the occupation times commuting zone times year level. So each vacancy is going to contribute to this index with the share of the year that is spent filling it. If it remains unfilled for the entire year, this share is going to be equal to 1. And then we simply aggregate this number at the unit of our analysis, so occupation times commuting zone times year. So an index equal to 0 means that all vacancies in that occupation, commuting zone and year get immediately filled. An index equal to 1 means that instead all vacancies are not filled or take more than a year to be filled. I want to show you some descriptive evidence on the degree of variation in this information we have on vacancy filling rate and probability to fill. So here I'm just simply showing you some geographical variation in the share of vacancies that remain unfilled across local labor market in France. And as you can see, there are some local labor markets where the share of unfilled vacancies is as low as 7%, and other labor markets where this share is as high as 33%. We have substantial variation in the time it takes to recruit workers also across occupations. Here I'm showing you the top and bottom 10 occupations. And as you can see, while it takes approximately 25 days to hire housekeepers or unskilled workers in maintenance, it takes double the amount of time to hire IT engineers, executives, and research staff. Now, what this is showing you is variation in the level of hiring difficulties across occupation. That's not the variation we use. What we use are changes that are occupation-specific changes in hiring difficulties over time and across space. So let me show you that we actually have a fair amount of variation also in these with occupation-specific changes. This is the interquantile range in changes in hiring difficulties at the occupation level. And as you can see is that with some variation, there are areas or moments in time in which it takes less to hire a cook, and areas or moments in time in which it takes longer to hire a cook. And again, there is some variation across occupations. Okay, if there is no clarifying question, let me move to how we use all this information in our empirical design. And to fix ideas, I just want to start by considering a naive. Yes.
Yeah, just a clarifying
Please.
question. So when you look at when you see the vacancy data, can you also see for how long the vacancies been open?
Yes, absolutely. So this is what. Sorry, if this wasn't clear. This is what I'm showing you here. So the vacancy, it took 30 days before the vacancy got closed with a hiring success.
I see. Okay.
No, this is very important. Thanks for allowing me to clarify again. No, thank you. So yeah, that's an important. And we use it right in our hiring difficulties index because each vacancy is going to contribute with the share of a year that it takes to fill it. And if it remains unfilled, this share is just going to remain equal to 1.
And as you were interrupted, and the cleaning is done carefully because given that there are no costs in issuing the vacancy, the employer is not sent.
Exactly, and this is a very important point since the platform is free of charge, but Pôle emploi has their own employees that take care of monitoring these vacancies, and they are paid to clean out inactive vacancies, make sure that recruitment success is being recorded. There might be some additional level of noise, but as long as that is constant across occupation, it shouldn't be a problem. But this is why also we validate our measure by correlating it with self-reported measure of hiring difficulties across different surveys, and we find a very strong correlation.
I guess you opened the can of worms of clarifying questions. No, I also want myself.
This is important to understand better. I'm happy to listen.
Someone there?
Yeah. So, who reports to Pôle emploi? I mean, is it a specific subset of the economy? Is it random companies? I mean, are there mandatory requirements to
It's a good point. We have, so as I said, the coverage is large. It's not a question where I can give you a super precise answer in the sense that we don't observe other job platforms, but what I can tell you is that it's both private and public sector, and it's both less or more skilled type of jobs. it's possible that more skilled type of jobs are also hired through informal networks, or that this is true for more lower skilled workers. Unfortunately, it's not something where we have a way to benchmark it. I do not have this on the slide, so I'll mention it now. One thing that we do in the paper to speak about that concern is to show that our results are pretty much identical when we run our regression on the subsample of firms that post on Pôle emploi and that doesn't post on Pôle emploi. So selection into posting is not determining the magnitude or the effects.
Can you match the job vacancy only to the firm or even to the established specific plan? And if not, how do you assign like the geography?
I can see we have an urban economist asking this question. No, it's connected to the establishment. We have very few firms whose establishment are in different local labor markets, because in the end that's what's going to matter for our hiring difficulties index, right, is at the local labor market level, so we just use the establishment that is bigger. But it would be nice to exploit them more, but the number of observations is just too small to do something about this multi-location establishment more precisely.
Sorry, just out of curiosity. I mean, it's a bit specific, but since this is the main measure you're going to use, so when you say days to fill, of course, this is a calendar year, so there may be censoring. I mean, if I open a vacancy on the 20th of December, in that calendar year, it can stay open for a maximum 10 days, but then maybe it's going to stay open for around 2 months in the following calendar year. So do you deal with that, or you just say...
Yes, it's a good point. We have done a number of sensitivity analysis to exclude vacancies that we observe, or in deciding how to impute vacancies that we observe being posted around the end of the year. Either to impute it to T or T+1. It doesn't really matter, but you're right, sorry, I didn't clarify that. For now, we impute it to T+1 if a vacancy gets closed in T+1 with the overall number of days. And
then you have kind of the same problem if... okay.
It's not perfect, but what I can tell you is that it doesn't matter whether the imputation is done in the new year or in the old year, and none of the two is perfect, but at least it's not sensitive to that.
Thanks. Any other clarifying questions? Okay, then. Before they think twice about it.
Let me tell you more about the empirical design. I'm going to start by considering a naive OLS regression that relates recruiting time for firm I in year T to the employment of the firm. Now, the coefficient of interest in this regression would be delta, but delta can be biased for two main reasons. The first one is that if there are productivity or demand shock happening at the market level, this would lead us to underestimate the true effect of recruiting time on employment. We think about a boom happening in a local labor market. This is going to increase employment of the firms in that local labor market, but this is also going to increase local labor market tightness, leading to an increase in firm level recruiting time, generating a positive relationship between the two variables, a spurious positive relationship between the two variables of interest. On the other hand, instead, idiosyncratic productivity or demand shock happening at the firm level will also have the direct effect of increasing, if they are positive shock, increasing employment in that firm, but the firm is also going to respond by increasing the recruitment effort, because now the opportunity cost of keeping a vacancy unfilled has gone up. This in turn is going to reduce firm level recruiting time, generating a negative relationship between recruiting time and employment, leading us to overestimate the true effect of recruiting time on employment. And so to achieve identification, what we propose is to use a shift-share research design that's going to allow us to isolate, we argue, exogenous variation in recruiting time from the point of view of the individual firm. So let me talk about that. In very general terms, our shift-share approach can be seen as a weighted average of a common set of shocks to recruitment difficulties, with weights reflecting heterogeneity in firms' exposure to these shocks. Now, what are our shocks exactly? These market level shifts. As I mentioned earlier, they're going to be measured as time variation in our hiring difficulties index, which is defined at the two-digit occupation times commuting zone level. But to make sure that these aggregate changes, occupation-specific, local labor market-specific aggregate changes in recruiting time can be seen as exogenous from the firm perspective, we operate a leave-one-out correction at the industry level, meaning that we exclude from the calculation of the shift observation on hiring difficulties that pertain not only to the firm of interest, but also to all other firms operating in the same three-digit industry. Our shares instead are built as the share of firm I workforce that are employed in each two-digit occupation, and to avoid that shocks that can simultaneously affect firm outcomes and the firm occupational mix can bias our estimates, we're going to build the time invariant share as measured in 2009, so the year before our data on vacancy becomes available. So the final step is to interact the shift with the share and aggregate this occupation-specific term up to the firm level to obtain our predicted measure of hiring difficulty for each firm I in year T. Now I want to build some more intuition for this predicted level of hiring difficulties, also discussing what could generate changes in this measure. And so to do that, I'm just going to sketch a super simple example in which we can consider two firms, A and B, both operating in the same industry, let's say the car industry, in the same location. And to keep things simple, let's assume that both firms employ workers only in two occupations, IT engineers and mechanical engineers, and that firm A has a higher share of IT engineers with respect to firm B. Now let's suppose that in this local labor market there is a shock to hiring difficulties that increase the time it takes to recruit IT engineers. The first thing I want to discuss briefly, and then I'll go back to it later, is what could drive this change in the recruitment difficulties for IT engineers. And there are two main sources for such changes. The first one is an increase in local labor market tightness, which in turn can be generated either by a decrease in the labor supply of IT engineers in the market, or by an increase in the labor demand for IT engineers for firms that operate in sectors other than the car industry, because we're operating the leave-one-out correction at the industry level. Alternatively, this change can be driven by a decrease in matching efficiency, leaving local labor market tightness constant. This is any type of shock that makes a match between firms and IT engineers harder. For example, an increase in skill mismatch that could be driven, just as an example, by a repeal of training targeting skill mismatch for those type of workers in that local labor market. And I'm going through all of this not only because it helps building some intuitions for where these changes in the recruiting time are coming from, but also because later I'm going to show you that we can build on models of frictional labor market to decompose our aggregate shocks to hiring difficulties into shocks to labor market tightness and shocks to matching efficiency. But more generally, what we're interested in understanding here is to estimate whether this increase in recruiting time for IT engineers has a larger impact on the performance of firm A, that has a higher share of workers in that occupation, with respect to firm B. And to do that, we're going to run the following reduced form specification, where we are interested in various measures of performance of the firm. We regress our hiring difficulty index on this measure while controlling for firm fixed effect, and importantly also controlling for a granular fixed effect at the market level, so given by the interaction between commuting zone, industry and year, which are going to account for any local shock, unobserved local shock, such as, for example, an increase in the demand of car in that local labor market. Now, I think that one advantage of our measure, and this goes back to Luca's question earlier, is that we can build it for all firms, irrespective of whether we observe them posting or not on Pôle emploi, because they are aggregated at the occupation, time, blah, blah, blah level. But for the subsample of firms that we do observe posting on Pôle emploi, then we can instrument their actual hiring difficulties with our predicted measure of hiring difficulties and run a 2SLS specification, which I'm going to show you in a second. This is the last slide before the results, but it's an important one, which is about what are the remaining threats to identification that we face given the design I just described. So our identifying assumptions is that these shocks, these changing in hiring difficulties observed in other local industries are orthogonal to the error term. And we believe that there are three main challenges that remain in our setting. Now, the first one is the possible presence of intra-industry linkages. Now, in this case, what happens is that labor demand shocks in other local industries can correlate with labor demand shocks in the industry of the firm of interest, making the leave one out correction not effective. So to address this, we take input-output linkages, and what we do is that we exclude information on hiring difficulties for firms operating in upstream or downstream industries with respect to the industry of the firm of interest. We exclude those information from the calculation of the shift, and we show in the paper that even with this recalibrated, let's say, shift, we find very similar results. So this doesn't seem to be driving the effect. A second problem is a sort of reflection problem that could affect markets in which there is a very large employer for a particular occupation. Now, a productivity shock to this very large employer can affect the time it takes to recruit workers in that occupation for firms in other industry, creating a sort of reflection problem that once again cannot be solved with our leave one out correction at the industry level. And so to understand how serious this is, what we do is to remove from the sample of the analysis when building the shift share firms that employ more than 1% of workers in a given occupation, that can be considered a large employer, and we find that this doesn't affect the results. And then there is a third possible challenge, which is the possibility that our local shift share is actually capturing occupation-specific productivity shock that happens at the national level. Think about a technology shock that makes certain workers in an occupation more productive. If that's the case, then our local shift share would be capturing these national shocks, and any effect we would find of employment is not really running through hiring difficulties, but is actually running through this productivity shock. And so to understand how serious this concern is, what we do is to augment our specification by introducing a national shift share. So a shift share that is built using occupation-specific information on hiring difficulties at the national level, with a leave one out correction at the local labor market level. The intuition is that if our local shift share is just reflecting or capturing this national shock, introducing the national shift shares should absorb all of our effects, and we find that while the introduction of this national shift share does reduce the effects remain large and significant. Okay, now that I've hopefully covered my bases, I'm ready to show you some of our main results. And I'm going to start with the effects on employment and performance. Actually, the first thing I want to show you is, let's say, a validation of our predicted hiring difficulty measure, because as I said earlier, for the subsample of firms we observe posting on Pôle emploi, we can run a first stage regression where we indeed find that our predicted measure strongly correlates positively with the actual recruiting difficulty of the posting firms. In the second column, I'm showing you our reduced form specification, where we can see that hiring difficulties have a strong negative effect on firm employment. But to understand these magnitudes, what we do is to run a 2SLS specification, and what we find, given this coefficient, is that one standard deviation increase in hiring difficulties imply a reduction in employment of 9%. Or alternatively, one standard deviation change in hiring difficulty can explain up to 9% of the standard deviation of the variation in firm size in our sample. So they seem to be an important determinant of firm employment. What we're interested to do next is to understand whether these effects are confined to employment or whether they extend beyond by affecting overall firm performance. And here we look at an array of outcomes. We look at capital, sales, value added, profits, and return on asset. And you can see that across all outcomes we find evidence of negative effects. There are a couple of things that I would like to emphasize. The first one is the effect on capital, that, as you can see, is of the same magnitude, basically, of the negative effect we found on employment. So this is implying that in the context we study, there is when it becomes harder to hire workers, firms do not substitute by increasing investment in capital. And I want you to put a pin on this, because what I'm going to show you towards the end of the presentation is that indeed occupations for which hiring difficulties matter the most for firm employment are also occupations that are more likely to be complement rather than substitute to capital, which can make sense of this result. And the second thing is just that if we look at the magnitudes of this coefficient, they imply a reduction of 6% in sales, 8% in value added, meaning that hiring difficulties are really affecting firms by pushing down their scale of production, and firms have a hard time kind of alleviating the negative effect on employment with overall negative effect on profitability. So, yes?
So why are you using the log of profits? So it would be better to just use profits at this point. Because you're losing
Look at
all the firms with the losses.
You're right. Probably we have another specification without log, but then look at return on assets.
Yeah.
No, it's a fair point. I don't remember in the paper if we have both. Yes.
No, but yeah, that's there.
Exactly, but here is not log.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, let me speak about the margins of adjustment and mechanism. So the first dimension we look at is turnover, broadly speaking. And what you can see here is that an increase in our shift share measure of hiring difficulties reduces both hiring and separation. Now, the result on hiring is almost like a proof of concept, right? It's just telling us that the reduction in employment I showed you earlier is indeed driven by the fact that firms that face hiring difficulties cannot hire. While the effect on separations is kind of suggesting that firms that face hiring difficulty try to at least partially compensate by increasing the retention rate of their incumbent employees. What happens to wages and hours of both incumbent workers and new hires? Now, what you can see in the first two columns is that we do not observe that when it becomes harder to hire new workers, firms ask their current workers to work more. There is no significant adjustment in hours. And for what concerns wages, consistent with the result on retention I showed you in the previous slide, we find that the wages of incumbent workers increase. Wages of new hires also have a positive effect, but it's not precisely estimated, and I'm going to go back to this because we find heterogeneity in this result depending on the nature of the hiring difficulty shock. So I'll go back to this. And finally, one other margin firms have when facing hiring difficulties is to change their requirements when looking for workers, when posting vacancies. We have information on the level of experience and education required, or the type of contract that firms offer, and the only margin where we find significant effect is on experience. In particular, one standard deviation increase in hiring difficulties leads firms to decrease the level of experience they require when posting a vacancies by approximately 6 months, which is a pretty sizable effect. Okay, the kind of last mechanism result I want to discuss is the one related to shocks to labor market tightness versus shocks to matching efficiency. So I've already kind of built an intuition for how we can think about that, but more formally in model of frictional labor market, we can express recruiting time for a given occupation in a given local labor market and time, which is again our unit of analysis, as the product of labor market tightness in that cell, so the ratio between vacancies and number of vacancies and number of unemployed in that occupation, local labor market and year, times matching inefficiency. And in the paper we show how we can use this equation to decompose changes in hiring difficulties to changes in local labor market tightness and residual changes in matching efficiency. Now, an important thing that I should mention, because it's what makes this decomposition possible, is that we have access to an auxiliary data set that tells us in which occupation the unemployed are looking for a job at the local labor market. And so we can build a measure of local labor market tightness that is exactly at the same unit of analysis of our overall regression. And again, I mean, this helps us kind of formalize that shocks to tightness can come either from changes in the competition for workers locally or in the availability of job seekers locally in a given occupation, while matching inefficiency shocks are shocks that, keeping local labor market tightness, would change the probability of a match between a worker and a firm. Again, this morning we spoke about skills mismatch, so it's the possibility that firms do not meet candidates that have this right type of skills given the demand that firms have for a given occupation. What do we find when we decompose our hiring difficulty shock? So both shocks negatively impact firm employment, and both shocks have a positive effect on wages overall and wages of incumbents. But only tightness shock have a large and significant effect on the wages of new hires, while matching inefficiency shock do not lead firms to change the wages of new hires. It was interesting for us to find a survey-based evidence from the US that reported that indeed firms say that the strategy of increasing the wages for new hires is a strategy they use when the reason why they cannot hire is too much competition or too few applicants, while what they answer when they say that the issue why they cannot hire is the lack of occupation-specific skills is that they restructure the responsibilities of workers internally, which is consistent with what we find on the wages of incumbents, obviously super suggestive. The increasing the wages of incumbents can also be driven by firms' need to retain them, but it's at least in a similar direction to what has been shown through surveys in the US. The last thing I want to mention is how heterogeneous these results are across firms and occupation. So the first thing we find is that these results are stronger for firms that are plausibly more likely to hire, such as firms in expanding sectors or expanding areas or financially sound firms, indicating that hiring difficulties can hit precisely those segment of the economies, those firms that can contribute the most to economic growth. And consistent with our quote-unquote theoretical predictions, we find that they are also stronger when firms are more labor-intensive, so they have a harder time relaxing these hiring constraints. And then we look at how heterogeneous these effects are depending on the occupation that is experiencing the change in hiring difficulties. And we do so by allowing for differential effect by different sets of occupational characteristics, by allowing this occupational characteristic to enter in our shift share predictor. In particular, we're going to compare occupations depending on the type of task that are performed, non-routine cognitive, manual, etc., whether they are high wage or high skilled, and the degree of occupation specificity. Now, this is something we build by looking at transitions of workers across firms. If a worker that transitions across firms is likely to have the same origin and destination occupation, it means that this is an occupation that has a high degree of occupation-specific skills. If instead workers tend to transition from a given occupation to many different occupations, it's likely to be an occupation that has less occupation-specific skills. And what we observe is that there is a pretty large degree of heterogeneity in our results depending on the type of occupation. The results are particularly negative for non-routine cognitive occupation or high-skill occupation, again, occupations that are more likely to be complement to capital as opposed to substitute, explaining our previous results. And they're also stronger when occupations are specialized. And one quick thing I want to mention is that the specialized occupations do not overlap with the high-skilled occupations. There are a bunch of low-skilled occupations that are specialized, but they still carry a negative effect precisely because it's presumably harder for employers to substitute workers. I'm just going to conclude quickly, I hope I'm not too over time, by saying that we find that hiring difficulties are an important determinant of firm growth and profitability. In particular, one standard deviation increase in hiring difficulty can explain up to 9% of the variation in firm size in our sample. We find that firms try to adjust from various margins, retention, wages, and hiring standards. The effect of hiring difficulties are heterogeneous, and they are stronger for firms that grow or for firms that rely more on labor. And this is going to be even more general than what was discussed this morning, but the implications is that, policies that try to think at both reducing tightness and increasing matching inefficiency can have a real economic effect. Thank you so much for the attention.
Thanks a lot, and I would ask Chris Dussman to come here to discuss the paper, and then we can open the floor for more general discussion.
Yeah, they're on.
So I do have to.
Yes.
Yes, so the paper is actually a very nice paper, and it addresses two questions. First of all, what is the causal effect of hiring difficulties on firm growth and profitability? Secondly, how do firms react when it becomes more difficult to hire workers in their local labor market? It exploits a large-scale microdata set from the French employment services, which actually is very unique because it matches employer-employee data with financial statements, but in particular with very detailed information about job vacancies. Now, the shocks to hiring difficulties measure the variation in the probability and the time, so a combination of both, to fill a vacancy in a two-digit occupation by commuting zone cells. Identification is shift share, and the authors construct time invariant shares using 2009 data, well, basically before the observation period on firm level employment by occupation. Now, the findings are hiring difficulties explain a sizable fraction of the variation in firm size. Firms that face hiring difficulties, and that is really interesting, do not adjust hours of work, but they raise hourly wages of incumbents, they increase retention, and they lower hiring standards. Firms experience hiring difficulties either because of an increase in tightness or a reduction in matching efficiency, and the authors try to separate those two reasons. There are large and significant effects of tightness shocks on wages of, in particular, new hires. Little evidence that firms substitute toward automation or capital, but hiring difficulties reduce sales, value added, and profits. The effects are strongest for firms in expanding sectors and for occupations that are specialized, high skill, high wage, and non-routine. So I really enjoyed reading this paper. It is very innovative. It addresses a really important subject, and it brings together a number of unique features. First of all, of course, as I pointed out earlier, the data is really excellent. So vacancy level data on both outcomes and durations is something I haven't seen in this form combined with other social security data. I would love to have that for Germany. It addresses a very important question, which is, of course, of high relevance today. Labor shortages bedevil many countries, not just France. The empirical design is carefully done, and I can see that the paper has gone through many iterations addressing identification issues, and I guess I will come back to that again as well in my discussion. But there is a lot of care taken about that, and the mechanisms are actually interesting. So the authors try actually to look at well, what really drives what is going on in the data. Now, however, there are concerns, and if there were no concerns, I wouldn't have anything to discuss. So the first thing is exogeneity of the shifts. What the authors are explaining, Magdalena wasn't going into that in much detail here in the discussion, but there is of course a lot of debate these days about shift share instruments, and a number of important papers have been written. Well, as it stands, there are basically two ways to argue about exogeneity of a shift share instrument. One way is to argue that the shifts are exogenous, and the second way is to argue that the shares are exogenous. Now, in this particular paper, the authors basically go along the first line, a paper by Kirill Borusiak and co-authors, which actually shows even if the shares are not exogenous, exogenous shifts can actually save the day. Now, why would the assumption of exogenous shares be problematic in this context? Well, because the shares, and that was also Madalena's example, so we have two car industry firms, they have different shares of say, computer designers or something like that, a particular occupation, but those differences in shares, of course, are also a reflection of long-term technological investments of those firms. Yeah, and we don't want that to spoil the day. That's why the authors argue that they assume exogenous shifts. Now, that, of course, requires particular assumptions. So first of all, the paper by, let me see here. Okay, so what the authors are doing is they basically assume a quasi-randomness of the shares, of the shift, so they condition on industry commuting zone times year fixed effects to eliminate product market shocks. But they do not eliminate occupation-specific technology shocks. So for instance, AI may impact the demand as well as productivity, and that could be problematic. Another problematic thing could be that production technology may actually lead, so everything is very partial equilibrium here. I'll come back to that a little bit later. So production technology may lead to spillovers across occupations. A shock to one occupation may actually impact other occupations. So if you write down a production function, you have different types of labor in different occupations, and you do that by occupation level. There is, of course, substitution. So you don't have car mechanics, so you kind of get motorcycle mechanics because they are on the market. So one particular shock to one occupation may actually impact other occupations. And that violates an important assumption of the Borusiak argument, which is the independence of the shocks, the orthogonality of the shocks. If it comes to the shares, the identifying variation is then the interaction between the shocks and the shares. However, in some way you need to condition out the shares. And that's not really happening because while you argue along the Borusiak argument, but you still have the shares as an identifying mechanism in the regressions. At least that's what I understand. And that may be problematic. Now the paper so let's just leave that out. So hiring difficulties may partly reflect demand shocks. So suppose there were the demand for software engineers rises because IT-intensive technologies become more valuable. Then firms with larger shares of software engineers may actually at the same time face longer vacancy durations, and they may experience longer growth opportunities. Now, suppose your identification strategy is totally valid, then this still affects the first stage. And the first stage is, of course, scaling the parameter you estimate. You reduce from parameter and impacts importantly on the interpretation of the coefficient. So this is something which I think could be discussed in the paper. So basically, your interpretation depends critically on separating labor supply frictions from occupation-specific productivity shocks. And in your example, you basically argued that one particular firm experiences a supply shock, but that is caused potentially by demand shocks of other firms. But these other firms are, of course, part of your sample as well. Yeah. So interpretation of hiring. Yeah. So. Well, let me, I don't want to, I'll give you those slides anyway, so I don't want to spend too much time on these things. So, general equilibrium effect, that's something I was very concerned about. You cited some of the papers in the literature which look at labor supply shocks in kind of a more or less equilibrium framework. So you get a labor supply shock that impacts on different adjustments of companies, so it can impact the industry structure, it can impact on technology choice, and of course it can impact on employment and wages. Your model, however, is totally partial equilibrium. If labor shortages, however, affect one set of firms, then workers may actually move across firms, and you get general equilibrium effects, which may work across firms, across industries, across commuting zones. Yeah, I mean, of course, you cannot fix everything in a paper, but I think you may want to discuss that as a potential problem. So the migration literature actually finds very large regional inflow responses into regions as a response to negative labor supply shocks. So these across commuting zone flows are of course problematic in your context as well, because you also use that variation for identification. You could actually look at that with your excellent data because you have a longitudinal dimension. And that in itself, I think, would be very interesting. Now, the model, as I said, is entirely partial equilibrium. You take firms that take wages as an exogenous thing, and of course, then your adjustment mechanism is one where firms respond with respect to wages. Hiring probabilities are also given. Labor supply is more or less absent, and other firms are also absent. That's fair enough, but many of the shocks you are discussing are inherently equilibrium phenomena. For instance, the increase in labor demand, migration shocks, changes in matching efficiency, competition for workers, etc., are all general equilibrium concepts. The model has no occupation-specific productivity component, but suppose, for instance, that AI suddenly increases the productivity of software engineers, then firms may want to hire more software engineers, vacancies will become harder to fill, wages-wise, employment responses change, and these mechanisms are, potentially contaminating your identification strategy. So the type of shock which is most serious to your identification is exactly this demand-driven shock through technology advances. Now, I am kind of an old-fashioned guy. I always would like to see OLS results next to IV results, because that allows me to get some grip on the direction of bias, and that forces the authors to discuss the direction of bias and the reasons for bias. So I think it would be great to have OLS results alongside your IV results. Tightness, matching inefficiency, that I thought was very interesting. However, of course, the matching inefficiency is basically a residual. And a residual can capture all types of things. So you have your model, and within that model you interpret that as matching efficiency. But of course, it can be anything. And I think it would be nice to perhaps just mention that. I also found, I really like the tightness results, and they make a lot of sense also with respect to wages of new hires, etc. The matching efficiency, I was asking myself, so we are using time variation. So what creates time variation in matching efficiency within firms? So why should they all of a sudden change their matching technology? I found that not too intuitive, but Now, to conclude, okay, I had to be critical, but still, this is a great paper. It's the first paper I see on addressing such an important question, and actually it's an incredibly hard problem to address, and I think you guys did a really fantastic job of doing it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chris. I don't know if you want to stay here for the open.
I don't know, you want me to go back or you want
No, I think it's great if you can stay. So let's open the floor for the general questions. Yep.
Yes, well, thank you very much, first of all, for the great presentation. I really enjoyed the paper. Now, I had a question of whether you thought of this selection bias. Because from the way I see the French, well, many labor markets are great, but the French one in particular, is that the way firms try to fill in vacancies, first of all, goes through the networks that they have, through postings of advertisements
maybe Pete, if you agree, another couple of questions. Luca? Yeah.
Madalena, thank you. Delightful paper. I wish I had written it. One aspect that somewhat left me frustrated is that I'm not sure what these firms do in the end, right? I mean, so clearly they take a hit on their performance, and clearly they seem to increase wages a little bit, but they don't change capital or hours. They sort of have some change in the type of recruitment they do, but in some ways, what happens to these firms? So are they just, you know, I mean, of course, this is a almost contemporaneous fact, right? I mean, so I was wondering whether you could add some dynamics to your outcome variables, right? I mean, so maybe they don't adjust capital immediately, but they adjust it next year. Otherwise, what? Are they just sitting there waiting for the situation to improve? If you can speculate a little bit.
Tito? Yeah.
Simply, one of the findings in the morning was this correlation between age of firms and shortages and difficulties, as well. That was the correlation. So given that you have a causal, it would be very difficult. There are two possible explanations. One is the fact that you have really barriers to the growth of firms, and that the risk is broken. The other explanation is that this type of firms are in a way looking for profiles and other things that are particularly difficult to find. So I wonder whether this is a dimension that heterogeneity has been explored.
Okay, let's pause here for the moment.
Yes. Well, thank you all. Thank you, Christian, for the very constructive discussion. Many of the points you raised are points we are actively working on right now, so it's all very well taken. I'm going to touch on some of the main major points that were recurring in your discussion. It seems like one of the biggest concerns that we share is the possibility that actually what's happening here is that there is a technological shock that makes workers in a given occupation more productive, and then everything is running through this big productivity channel rather than the channel we're interested in studying. Our best response for the moment to that is what I was very briefly mentioning during the presentation, which is to augment our specification with a national shift share. So what we're going to do is to look at changes in hiring difficulties in an occupation at the national level, and we're going to add this shift share to our baseline regression. And the idea is that if our local shift share is simply capturing these national trends, these national shocks that are changing the time it takes to recruit workers in the occupation that has been hit, then the national shift share should absorb the entire effect we have identified. And it is true that once we introduce that shift share, our coefficient drops by 1/3, if I remember correctly, but it stays negative and significant. So for us, this was one way of addressing that point. It might not be the only one, it might not be the best one, so we should think harder about whether there is an additional way. But our thinking was that changes that are national, once included, if the local shift share still has some residual power, some residual variation, then it's unlikely to be capturing only that. But it's a very good point, and it's a point we have.
If I may just.
Yeah, of course.
So it doesn't. So still you need the orthogonality of shocks on region, and that may be problematic if there is substitution because of occupation.
And that's another point, very interesting one that you raised. One thing we're working on right now, I have to think about how this relates to the identifying assumption you mentioned. For me, it was more of an interesting thing to add to the paper, which is to run a regression where employment is not only measured at the firm level. So if there is, whatever the firm decides to do internally, when relocating workers across occupation, is going to be captured by firm level employment anyway. But I think we have the data to actually see whether indeed the firm substitute across different type of occupations. Suppose managers are hit, what happens to non-managers or vice versa? And then what you're raising is that this could be also an identification issue, but at the same time, for me, it would be interesting to run an employment regression that is occupation specific as opposed to being firm specific, which is what we do now, precisely to go and empirically look at whether firms substitute across occupations when a given occupation is hit, and whether that depends on the skill level or task-based dimension of the occupation that is being hit. So I think because we have occupations at the firm level, we could do an employment regression at the occupational level and think about how that interacts with the independence of the shock assumption you mentioned. Workers may move across firms, industry, and commuting zone. You're right. My perhaps cheap answer to that, or partial answer to that for the moment, is that, and this I think goes back also to Luca's question, is that we're looking at short-run effects, right? So we're looking at year-on-year changes on firms' reaction. It's possible that these migration patterns are in the background, taking place over time, but they should be less of an issue in this T on T type of regression. We would love, for the reason you mentioned and the reason Luca mentioned, to look at more of a dynamic effect. It turns out that it's very hard to do that with shift share approaches. So we are discussing it. There isn't a very clear theory on how to extend that beyond the year-on-year changes. Discuss what changes in matching efficiency might be. I agree. Our matching efficiency shock is a residual, and that's kind of I believe the best we can do here. The type of shocks I have in mind that could change matching efficiency are anything related to changes in the curricula at the university level, introduction or repeal of training programs, but the question remains of how frequent are these type of changes. So that's well taken too. There's the question on selection bias. I think the best answer I have for the moment to that is what I was answering to Luca earlier. I think that it's a very reduced form type of answer, but when we split our sample in firms that we observe posting on Pôle emploi and those that we do not observe posting on Pôle emploi, we find that the effect of hiring difficulties does not differ across these two samples. So there might be selection on Pôle emploi. Firms that do not post on Pôle emploi might be subject to more or less hiring difficulties. Actually, I can see reasons for this to go both ways. They might be posting on other online platforms. They might be hiring through networks. What's important, I think, given I share that this is an important point, is that we do not find differential effects for these firms. We do not observe posting on Pôle emploi. Whatever was the direction of selection doesn't seem to be important for the main outcomes. Age of firms, we actually looked at it. I was checking whether in some of my bottoms I had the graph, and I don't. As far as I remember, I don't think we had that big heterogeneity there. But I can let you know later more precisely by looking at some appendix tables. But if it didn't make it to the slide, it was because it didn't show anything particularly striking, I believe. I'm sorry if I forgot, I probably forgot some points, but no, thank you so much for all the inputs.
Thank you. Any other question? So I have more a curiosity than a question. So when you show the occupations that were harder to fill or easier to fill, correct me if I'm wrong, there was a strong skill gradient, right? Or educational gradient. I don't know how you wanna. So it's harder to find a doctor or an engineer than finding some people with some blue-collar job, which I guess it makes sense, right? But my perception, which may well be wrong, is that over the last year it has become, at least in Italy, increasingly difficult to find people filling position also in lower skills, right? So one thing is the level, and you may always think, okay, these people are also more expensive, these workers are more expensive for the firm, so it takes longer to select one. But another thing is the trend, right? So given that you have a few years of data, I wonder whether you explore that or whether there's some other evidence for other countries that, and a related question is whether this type of data, which seems amazing, is available also for other countries.
Not that I know of.
Okay, so good for you for the paper,
Yeah.
bad for everyone else in the sense that.
No, this is a very
good
good
at some
point. I
to
didn't have time maybe to stop on it. I think I have a couple of answers to that. The first one is that just descriptively, when I showed you the interquantile range change, so the extent of which there is a change in hiring difficulties across occupation, it is the case that a number of the occupations for which we find the biggest dispersion are not all high-skilled occupation. For example, unskilled work, I have the graph in front of me, it's like unskilled workers in electronics, firemen, unskilled workers in woodworking. These are some occupations for which the variation in the recruiting time over time or across phase.
Over time, across.
So this is actually our identifying variation, right? There are years and places in which it's hard to hire a fireman, and years and so you're right that actually this variation, like the level correlates with skills, but the variation much less so.
Okay, I guess I was wondering more about
There
time
is a trend.
trends.
That we didn't look at,
Okay.
so it's a very good point. We have between 2010 and 2017, and it's possible. But yeah, as you said, the one thing I wanted to clarify is that it's true that the levels of recruiting time correlates with skills, but they change less so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other question? Yeah.
There was in the paper on the OECD, there was also the issue of working conditions, and you show that they raise wages, but there are other working conditions, amenities, etc. I wonder if through the total labor cost, let's say, you also find, because you show that profits fall, but maybe it's also coming from increases in labor costs that are not directly wages.
Yeah.
Vincent, maybe?
So I was wondering if you also looked at productivity of firms, because I guess that what they can do is, since they cannot hire more people, they push the other people to work harder to some extent. And so I wonder if you looked at any possible measure of productivity, whether per employee or productivity estimated with Levison and patterns, methodologies.
Great points, both of them. We don't have good measures of amenities or non-wage amenities. We don't find changes in hours. I don't think we have anything related to, number of vacation or stuff like that. It would be very interesting. The other thing we don't have, just the data is great and it's true, but like one thing we would have loved to have is anything related to investment in training, and we unfortunately don't have anything related to that. And Vincenzo, you raise a very good point. We haven't built TFT, but I think we have the data to build a simplified version of it. So
since you see that both employees and value added go down,
you could try to understand what happens to the ratio. Yes, thank you for the suggestion.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, I guess we would have now like a 1 hour break.
No, we have less, half an hour.
Yeah, so that's what I was wondering. I mean, if it's not a problem to change the plan. Okay, so we will have a half an hour break and we will resume at quarter to four. Okay, so thank you.
Di entrare, prego se volete.
Grazie.
Accomodarvi.
esatto. Qui sta Alberto.
Ok.
In ordine andrei in ordine. Umberto, andiamo in ordine alfabetico, vi va bene? Perfetto.
Non credo che ci siano problemi.
Se possiamo rientrare. Tutti e sono bene. Questa sessione finale è in italiano, but as you can see there are also subtitles for non-Italians here. Abbiamo questa mattina discusso e anche nel pomeriggio con dei lavori che hanno documentato come effettivamente il problema delle carenze di personale, vado piano perché così do il tempo ai sottotitoli di aggiustarsi, tra l'altro appunto dobbiamo controllare che tutto funzioni bene. Queste carenze di personale sono diffuse e sono rilevanti perché hanno un effetto sia sulla crescita delle imprese, la crescita occupazionale, delle piccole imprese in particolare, sia sulla produttività, sul costo del lavoro, sui salari. Quindi effettivamente c'è un effetto proprio delle carenze di personale in quanto tali sul comportamento delle imprese, quindi questo dà giustizia all'attenzione che noi pensiamo sia importante riporre su questo problema. Devo dire che molto nel dibattito pubblico si ignorano questi aspetti, non si tiene conto del fatto che c'è stato poi un cambiamento per molti aspetti epocale nel mercato del lavoro in Italia ma anche in molti altri paesi OCSE, un paese in cui prima c'era una carenza di lavori, siamo passati ad un mercato del lavoro in cui c'è una carenza di lavoratori e questo chiaramente cambia moltissimo anche il tipo di approccio e di politiche che possono essere condotte. Qui abbiamo la fortuna di avere in questa tavola rotonda persone che possono darci una mano a capire fino in fondo come le imprese reagiscono a questa nuova situazione, a questo nuovo contesto a cui non eravamo abituati, a come si svolge effettivamente il processo di incontro tra domanda e offerta di lavoro ai vari livelli, quindi come si può anche agire da un punto di vista di policy per migliorare queste inefficienze, quelle matching inefficiency, frizioni di cui si parlava anche sia questa mattina che questo pomeriggio, e poi certamente anche altre politiche che possono essere svolte in termini politiche attive del lavoro, monitoraggio e anticipazione delle dinamiche che possono esserci sul mercato del lavoro. Dicevo, sono tre persone che possono darci moltissimo aiuto nel capire queste cose perché passo a introdurle. Umberto Frigelli è coordinatore scientifico dell'Associazione dei Direttori del Personale, quindi in contatto costante con i direttori del personale, quindi ci può dire esattamente cosa fanno le imprese. È molto bello completare le informazioni che uno ottiene con i dati, da proprio colloqui con chi proprio queste funzioni le svolge all'interno delle imprese. Tra l'altro in futuro avremo la possibilità anche di usare molto l'intelligenza artificiale, per avere questi specie di focus group allargati. Qui abbiamo la possibilità di avere una persona che conosce a fondo queste cose, tra l'altro è psicologo delle organizzazioni, quindi conosce molto bene questi processi. E poi abbiamo Lidia Molinari, che è People Advisor per ADECO, quindi è proprio per anni ha svolto una funzione proprio di capire come avviene la ricerca di personale, come facilitare l'incontro tra domanda e offerta di lavoro. E infine Paola Nicastro, che è amministratore delegata dell'Agenzia Tecnica del Ministero del Lavoro e delle Politiche Sociali, che può spiegarci effettivamente quali sono le misure che vengono prese per affrontare questi problemi. Prima di dare la parola, seguiremo in ordine alfabetico, a Umberto Frigelli, vi mostro soltanto una foto che volevo mettere che ho scattato, quindi la pessima qualità della foto è colpa mia. È una foto che ho scattato qualche giorno fa, proprio pensando a questa conferenza. Ci sono due cose interessanti perché guardavamo oggi del fatto che le carenze di personale sono a tutti i livelli. Qui effettivamente si vede già anche dal fatto che sia stato messo sotto plastica che questa richiesta di personale di un barista era lì da molto tempo, così mi è stato confermato anche dai gestori del locale. Due cose interessanti sono che c'è questa richiesta di esperienza, quindi, e poi c'è sotto questa piedina. Le due cose danno un'idea del fatto che anche a livelli poco qualificati, come li consideriamo, c'è comunque diciamo delle qualifiche che si possono acquisire nel corso del tempo, quindi anche le carenze di personale a quei livelli non sono poi così semplici da riempire. Bene, detto questo, io quindi darei subito la parola a Umberto, che qui chiederei soprattutto di parlarci come i direttori del personale stanno reagendo di fronte a questa situazione da due punti di vista. Da una parte rispetto alle politiche per il reclutamento, cioè come avviene, se hanno abbassato gli standard, come per esempio il lavoro di questo pomeriggio sembrava presagire nelle assunzioni, e soprattutto che cosa fanno per trattenere i lavoratori più a lungo all'interno dell'impresa, quali sono le strategie che hanno messo in atto per affrontare questa situazione per molti aspetti nuova di fronte alla quale si trovano.
Ma grazie Tito per l'invito, grazie a voi, è un'occasione importante, porterò un punto di vista non da economista, perché come Tito mi ha presentato io non sono il coordinatore del comitato scientifico, sono il coordinatore delle ricerche dell'Associazione Italiana per la Direzione del Personale, ed è vero che sono uno psicologo del lavoro e dell'organizzazione, un reflective practitioner, come mi ha definito Pino Barchetta, già capo del personale di Unilever, quindi ho lavorato e continuo a lavorare come consulente, ma da 12 anni sono anche in università, dove tengo dei corsi in Cattolica nella facoltà di psicologia del lavoro e dell'organizzazione. E peraltro la fotografia che hai fatto vedere prima, che non era di lì che volevo partire, perché questo mi fa venire in mente che io già nel 2022-2023 ho seguito una tesi di laurea con una studentessa sul problema della mancanza di personale e come gestirla nel settore Horeca. E le conclusioni sono abbastanza semplici ed intuitive, ma voglio dire, poi magari ci arriviamo. E sicuramente diciamo che soprattutto da dopo il Covid si è notato questo movimento di mancanza del personale o di grande movimento, e da questo punto di vista vorrei dire sostanzialmente che ho molto apprezzato anche il paper iniziale di Luca Marcolin e Francesco Filippucci, anche se devo dire, io sono totalmente d'accordo con i 5 megatrend che loro hanno messo, ma ce ne aggiungerei uno. Ci aggiungerei un megatrend che è quello del cambiamento della cultura, del cambiamento dei valori, del cambiamento del contratto psicologico, che lega i lavoratori all'impresa. Contratto psicologico non è un termine nuovo, non è un termine di economisti, ma come ho già detto in Bocconi un mese fa, io sono grato agli economisti perché questi hanno consentito ai psicologi di vincere 2 premi Nobel e di mettere in campo il settore dell'economia comportamentale, quindi questo chapeau, ma direi che oggi su questo bisogna anche riflettere. È vero che questi trend sono ciclici, e rifacendomi un po' a quei sottotitoli inglesi, io in realtà ho lavorato per delle multinazionali, per multinazionali della consulenza. Nella seconda di queste avevo un capo che stava a Chicago e si chiamava Ed Kubman, e quando venne in Italia io andai a prenderlo con il suo libro a Malpensa, non con e lui disse che ero smart, io gli dissi va bene, ma era il 1998, 1999, dice, ma sono un tipico italiano, vesto bene, guido auto sportive e parlo un pessimo inglese, il motivo per il quale sono molto contento di parlare italiano adesso. Il titolo del libro di Goodman era The Talent Solution, e questo perché, come tutti voi sapete, nel 1997 3 consulenti della McKinsey avevano coniato il termine guerra dei talenti, talent war, che erano allora delle condizioni in parte simili a queste, ma ciò che cambia oggi profondamente, direi, il mercato è sicuramente questo tema dei valori e del cambiamento del contratto psicologico. Quindi non è la prima volta che ci si confronta con mancanza di persone, oggi ce le si confronta in modo diverso. Tu mi blocchi se io vado troppo lungo. Siccome in questo ambiente voi avete mostrato qualche numero, parto da qualche numero e poi provo a rispondere alla tua domanda sulle pratiche. Abbiamo fatto nel 2025 anche con la Bocconi una ricerca come IDP a cui hanno risposto 400 capi del personale, leve della talent attraction. Non ve la cito tutta, vi cito solo qualche flash. Quanto è difficile oggi per la tua azienda o organizzazione trovare dirigenti con le competenze richieste? Abbastanza difficile, il 62,50%. Quanto è difficile trovare dipendenti non dirigenti con le competenze richieste? Abbastanza difficile, 65,8%. Adesso poi non entro nel dettaglio di quali erano i mercati, dei quali le dimensioni erano dimensioni abbastanza distribuite delle aziende. Poi se volete torniamo sul tema delle dimensioni. Quanto è difficile per la tua azienda trattenere dirigenti in grado di fornire valore? Abbastanza facile. Non c'è una percezione di grandi difficoltà sulla gestione dei dirigenti, il 55% dice abbastanza facile. Quanto è difficile oggi per la tua azienda trattenere dipendenti non dirigenti? Abbastanza difficile, 57%. E su questo ho un'altra evidenza di un lavoro che sto facendo adesso con un gruppo di ricerche per un'azienda, non vi cito il nome delle aziende, ma i casi sono naturalmente veri, in cui, guardando un po' i numeri, perché lì c'è un tema di dialogo intergenerazionale, per esempio quello di cui ci si è accorto che c'è una grossa carenza a livello di esperienze di medio livello. E questo è abbastanza vero perché da una parte i giovani usano i primi anni di azienda per apprendere e poi rivendersi sul mercato, e dall'altra parte anche quelli con esperienze di medio livello ma che vedono avere poi pochi sbocchi per salire nella carriera, alla fine tendono a muoversi. E questo la dice già lunga rispetto al fatto che generazioni come la mia o generazioni dopo la mia vedevano nel contratto psicologico del permanere in azienda un valore condiviso. Oggi non è più così. Oggi per millennials e generazione Z il contratto psicologico non è più stare in azienda tutta la vita e cambiarne una volta uno o due, ma il contratto psicologico diventa un contratto psicologico di utilità, per cui entro in un contesto nel quale poi cerchiamo di vedere quali sono gli elementi di attrattività e di mantenimento, entro in un contesto per il quale trovo delle risposte alle mie aspettative, pronto poi ad uscirne quando questo non è più, e standoci il tempo necessario. E questo è anche uno dei problemi poi nella gestione delle persone, soprattutto quando i valori dei manager, dei capi, degli imprenditori non rispecchiano questo punto di vista, e spesso, così come nel caso dell'Oreca, si pensa che la gente vada via perché non ha voglia di lavorare, ma in realtà spesso la gente non va via perché le condizioni di lavoro, la cultura organizzativa e le condizioni di lavoro non rispecchiano più attese che oggi sono. Quali ritieni possono essere le leve organizzative e strategiche a cui fare ricorso per trattenere in aziende i dipendenti con competenze tecniche e manageriali? Chiede la ricerca dell'anno scorso che abbiamo fatto. Al primo posto, 49,74%, rendere i capi e il management più partecipi, responsabilizzati ed efficaci nella gestione dei loro collaboratori. Qui ritorna un tema di educazione, sì, ma è di educazione del management, perché, come ho già avuto modo di dire in altre occasioni, circola una battuta tra di noi, nel nostro gruppo professionale, che quello che entra in azienda attratto dal brand e dalle condizioni e te ne vai perché il capo non è in grado di gestirti. Al secondo posto, gestire al meglio le opportunità di sviluppo di carriera esistenti in azienda, e quindi c'è sicuramente un tema di percorsi di carriera. Al terzo posto, proporre pacchetti di benefici personalizzati, lavorare sui sistemi di welfare. Certo, io posso trattenere le persone con modelli di tipo transattivo, pagare. Qui, anche questa mattina, oggi pomeriggio, ho sentito parlare di salari, anche se in realtà poi in azienda si parla di concetti più estesi. Ma se questa è l'unica leva che io percepisco per gestire le persone, avrò perso di vista gli altri elementi di leve motivazionali che sono importanti. Fare attività di benchmark salariale e valutare se necessario un adeguamento interno alla quarta posizione, e poi via via migliorare il clima aziendale e infine introdurre flessibilità di orario lavorativo anche per ruoli non impiegatizi. E questo è un altro tema, perché oggi nella ricerca, soprattutto nelle fasce alte, perché è chiaro che non lo posso chiedere al cameriere, cioè il cameriere sa che uno dei problemi e l'ostacolo oggi è che lavorerà il sabato, la domenica, durante le feste e la sera, e questo è un problema anche non solo nel settore Oreca ma del commercio, perché noi abbiamo i grandi magazzini, distribuzioni aperte tutti i giorni, 7 giorni alla settimana, eccetera, e questi, se un tempo non erano degli ostacoli, oggi lo sono, così come aziende in cui le persone non si muovevano mai, ma di produzione, ma che hanno turni 7 giorni alla settimana per 3 turni lavorativi, comprese la notte, oggi fanno più difficoltà a trovare persone in produzione di quanto le avevano un tempo. Quindi se da una parte questi ruoli sanno che il livello di flessibilità sarà più basso, anche se ci sono esempi di flessibilizzazioni di contratti anche per i colletti blu, per i colletti bianchi e per la pletora di persone di alto livello, molto è stato citato anche questa mattina, oggi, l'informatica, gli ingegneri, certamente sono tra quelli più richiesti e meno trovati. Non consentire flessibilità, smart working, eccetera, vuole dire non riuscire neanche a fargli fare il primo o il secondo colloquio, non solo non trattenerli in azienda. 3 minuti. Allora che cosa fanno le aziende in 3 minuti? Le aziende in 3 minuti fanno tante cose diverse, non tutte. Non tutte, perché quando l'imprenditore ti dice che il modo migliore per insegnare ai manager a gestire le persone è l'equitazione, vuol dire che con quel modello lì non è che fai tanto di più. Insomma. Allora, che cosa fanno le aziende che invece riflettono? Beh, sicuramente stanno lavorando molto sull'employer branding, ho casi, nel senso che ci lavoro con gli studenti dell'università e non solo, hanno livelli di welfare sempre più personalizzati, lavorano sul total compensation, quindi non solo sullo stipendio e sulla RAL, ma sul total compensation, sullo smart working, sul bilanciamento vita-lavoro, sugli incentivi, i mutui agevolati. Nel 2022 io ho pubblicato un libro che si chiama Nuove organizzazioni esperienziali. Abbiamo fatto una serie di casi, uno di questi, non dico il nome, Per esempio, alla fine dell'anno c'era la distribuzione di una parte degli utili. Tasso di rotazione abbastanza basso. Livello di incentivi percepito estremamente alto, cioè c'era gente che riusciva a portare a casa, se non il doppio dello stipendio, quasi. L'imprenditore, azienda molto grande della logistica, distribuito su 60 paesi del mondo, l'imprenditore rinunciava a una parte del profitto e li distribuiva, credo 5.000 persone, e li distribuiva secondo criteri di merito alle persone. Sicuramente ci sono, diciamo, best practices che danno il lavoro flessibile esteso, 5 giorni alla settimana, quando vuoi, eccetera, danno sentieri di crescita e di employability, rotazioni internazionali, perché chiaramente c'è un'aspettativa, soprattutto sulle fasce alte e colletti bianchi, di avere questo, mobilità interna a livello globale, e poi ci sono aziende di servizi, abbiamo casi molto noti in Italia di welfare personalizzato, di maggiordomo in azienda, di servizi, di welfare, di assicurazioni, auto aziendali, che era un grande benefit ai tempi in cui io lavoravo al 100% come consulente. Oggi è ritornato a essere un benefit di moda, insomma, l'auto aziendale. Oppure una gestione del variabile molto alta, cioè le pratiche sono sicuramente alte. Il messaggio è che non sono solo di pratiche di tipo transattivo, e sicuramente oggi bisogna confrontarsi con un cambiamento di cultura e di contratto psicologico nelle organizzazioni. Grazie.
Perfetto, bravissimo. Stando nei tempi, no, questa dimensione che chiamerei culturale è davvero molto importante. Effettivamente è una cosa che tra l'altro personalmente mi prometto di analizzare più a fondo, con un riferimento ad un caso specifico, che è quello del Giappone, dove questa idea della durata dell'impiego, della fedeltà all'azienda storicamente è stato molto importante, dove noi troviamo invece che per esempio c'è un fortissimo utilizzo di clausole di non concorrenza per trattenere i lavoratori, soprattutto a questo punto i giovani lavoratori o gli immigrati, che probabilmente hanno questo legame culturale meno forte, quindi hai bisogno di ovviare a questo aspetto.
Ho evitato di entrare sul tema dei patti di non concorrenza per ragioni di tempo.
Prossimo giro, questo non ti risparmierò. Andremo a fondo su questo. Un'altra cosa importante era quello che dicevi sul ruolo dei manager. Talvolta i meccanismi migliori per trattenere le persone avvengono proprio in termini di legame personale, di valorizzazione personale delle persone, anche al di là dei riconoscimenti salariali stricto sensu. Questo almeno deriva anche dalla mia piccola esperienza da direttore di un dipartimento di economia con gente molto brava che veniva richiamata all'estero. Molto spesso anche solo ascoltare le esigenze, parlare, far capire quanto le persone sono importanti vale più di tantissime altre cose. Benissimo, a questo punto darei la parola a Lidia Molinari, che appunto alla luce della sua esperienza ci può dire, perché forse c'è una conclusione credo univoca degli studi presentati qui, cioè sul fatto che è difficile capire quali sono le politiche che possono essere più efficaci, ma sicuramente qualcosa che riduca le difficoltà di incontro fra domanda e offerta è importante. Quindi alla luce della sua esperienza, quali sono le cose che si potrebbero attivare per migliorare questo incontro, e in che misura le nuove tecnologie hanno aiutato in questo processo, e probabilmente anche l'intelligenza artificiale potrà essere d'aiuto in futuro nel migliorare l'incontro tra domanda e offerta di competenze.
Un po' grande, un po' ampio. Grazie. Allora, innanzitutto volevo partire anch'io, visto che siamo partiti dalla fotografia, prima sorridevo quando l'ho vista, scusatemi, non sono... Ok, sorridevo quando l'ho vista perché oggi l'argomento del giorno, oltre a questo, è anche la pay transparency, no? Perché siamo a 2 giorni dall'entrata in vigore ufficiale e quindi esatto, su questo cartello vedremo se da lunedì su questi cartelli anche all'interno dei ristoranti o degli autogrill ci sarà scritta la retribuzione, il range retributivo, il livello contrattuale, il quadro contrattuale e quant'altro. Questo per dire che sicuramente è un mondo complesso, un mondo con tantissime variabili. Oggi mi ha fatto molto piacere ascoltare queste analisi, modelli, che ci sia dietro, che ci siano questi studi rispetto a qualcosa che io oggi vi racconto un po' come osservatorio dal punto di vista delle agenzie per il lavoro, ma un'agenzia per il lavoro ad ecco direi abbastanza grande, no? Che ha a che fare con oltre 50.000 lavoratori tutti i giorni che lavorano per aziende differenti, di cui la metà a tempo indeterminato, un'azienda che oggi ha oltre 1800 persone sparse sul territorio italiano che tutti i giorni si occupano di reclutamento, consulenza, assessment, programmi fatti ad hoc con le aziende per cercare di rispondere a tutte queste domande. Quindi direi che, ecco, mi allontano, si sente meglio che rimbomba. Direi che la cosa che mi consola o comunque che mi fa piacere da un lato sentire è che dagli argomenti di questa giornata, di questa mattina, di questo primo pomeriggio e dagli argomenti del professore di poco fa siamo tutti allineati su quali sono le problematiche, di quali sono gli elementi, quindi che sono elementi di mancanza quantitativa, più che shortage in questo caso direi mismatch forse, quantitativo, cioè reale, di mancanza di persone, soprattutto per quanto riguarda professionalità, lavori manuali, professioni specializzate. Se penso ai nostri ordini, alle commissioni che abbiamo noi in corso, in questo momento abbiamo circa 5.000 ordini da coprire a livello nazionale, di cui oltre il 60% fa parte del settore della metalmeccanica, con professioni specializzate difficili da coprire. Il restante sono divisi fra white collar e tutto il resto che è anche il settore Oreca, di cui, se volete, alla fine apriamo una parentesi perché mi interrogo tutti i giorni, ma io vi assicuro che nonostante le difficoltà e tutte le domande che ci facciamo, io una soluzione sul settore Oreca ancora, anche se fosse un'azienda, non l'ho ancora trovata. Se vuole poi ne parliamo in privata sede, vediamo come si potrebbe. Lo dico perché una delle cose fondamentali da osservatore, da termometro di come va il mercato, da soggetto che lo vive quotidianamente, una cosa importantissima che oggi le aziende hanno capito, percepito, è che la soluzione la dobbiamo costruire insieme. Quindi è vero che, dicevo, si può aprire un capitolo grandissimo sulle nuove tecnologie, sull'intelligenza artificiale, sul fatto che oggi abbiamo sistemi estremamente ricchi e complessi da cui poter attingere, quindi da portali come LinkedIn, Indeed o altre 1000 tipologie di search and match che possiamo fare con candidati di tutta Italia, ma la verità è che c'è un aspetto da un lato umano per capire quelle che sono poi le potenzialità e non solo quindi le competenze, ma anche l'attitudine, la potenzialità della persona a svolgere una determinata mansione, e il matching con le aziende che oggi le stanno ricercando, perché poi ogni azienda, sempre parlando di mismatch, ha anche richieste differenti e particolari. Quindi ci sono aziende che ci dicono che non trovano le competenze, ma perché hanno ancora elevati desiderata, insomma, di skills, di richieste che oggi probabilmente non è possibile trovare sempre per tutte le mansioni, e quindi occorre costruire una soluzione su misura insieme a loro, che sia fatta di formazione, che sia fatta di assessment, che sia fatta di welfare, che sia fatta di attrattività e di appetibilità verso determinati profili professionali che possano non solo attrarli ma anche trattenerli. Quindi oggi sicuramente questa è una delle cose che cerchiamo di fare. Se prima lo facevamo per una piccola parte di professionalità, perché avevamo richieste su personale specializzato e personale cosiddetto generico, dove c'era molta più facilità nel reperire le risorse, oggi invece potrei dire che oltre il 90% si classifica in personale specializzato per n ragioni. Un'altra tematica che è stata toccata molto forte è quella della clusterizzazione per mix generazionale, perché anche questo è un elemento importantissimo, anche a parità di competenze delle persone. Quindi oggi, rispetto a quelli che erano anche i miei tempi, per quanto non sia così, facciamo finta che io sia millennial, però comunque rispetto anche ai miei tempi non è più uguale l'attrattività dell'azienda per ogni tipologia di candidato. Quindi un'altra delle cose che ci troviamo a fare spesso è di incontrare le aziende, di capire con loro ci chiedono di capire con loro che cosa possono fare per attrarre, per trattenere determinate figure professionali, determinati profili rispetto all'età che hanno. E questo quindi è un punto importantissimo. L'altro aspetto invece riguardante più la selezione di profili anche più junior, visto che questo tema del mismatch, questo tema della mancanza di determinate competenze per le aziende è un tema dal mio punto di vista che non possiamo gestire sul breve periodo, non lo possiamo gestire andando da un cliente e dire che cosa puoi fare oggi e gestirlo e risolverlo per domani, ma è un tema che va trattato e risolto sul medio-lungo periodo con N azioni. E una azione sicuramente importantissima che viviamo quotidianamente è quella della formazione dai tempi delle scuole. E quindi quando dico dai tempi delle scuole intendo dire quindi non solo più istituti tecnici, ITS, scuole medie o università, ma parlo addirittura, oggi noi ci stiamo affacciando a provare ad interagire anche con la popolazione dei genitori, perché quello che manca è non tanto solo l'aspetto formativo, quindi cioè il ventaglio formativo che le scuole possono presentare, non mi viene la parola, ma anche la conoscenza di questi percorsi formativi e del perché potrei scegliere un percorso piuttosto che un altro, e questa è una tematica grandissima. Quindi oggigiorno, non so, anche all'interno di quest'aula, ma anche la sottoscritta, se hai un figlio di 15 anni, 16 anni, ti viene probabilmente ancora spontaneo dire no, ma io vorrei che tu andassi al liceo scientifico e poi a fare l'università e poi questo, quello. Benissimo, va benissimo, però è importante che i genitori, ma anche e soprattutto i ragazzi all'interno delle scuole conoscano quali sono i percorsi di studio, ma in primis ancora quali sono le prospettive per il futuro. E quando dico prospettive non intendo potrei lavorare o fare il disoccupato, no, intendo che cosa è il mercato del lavoro in Italia oggi e anche rispetto a dove vivi tu, quindi anche sulla tua realtà territoriale. Quindi se parliamo di Veneto, se parliamo di Campania, se parliamo di Lombardia. Quindi capire quali sono le aziende presenti e come è strutturata un'azienda e far incontrare le aziende con gli studenti all'interno delle scuole, oggi credo che sia una leva sicuramente importantissima, in cui noi personalmente crediamo molto e su questo diamo tanta poi continuità, più che continuità, inizio lavorativo agli studenti prossimi poi al diploma, e attraverso una serie di iniziative che insomma ci fanno incontrare. Adesso siamo verso la fine dell'anno scolastico e abbiamo incontrato quest'anno oltre 35.000 studenti con oltre 400 istituti tecnici, licei, ITS, e facendoli incontrare oltre 250 aziende. E quindi questo incontro, che forse è una parte molto importante che manca, fa sì che lo studente in primis venga in contatto con la realtà aziendale, che comprenda come è fatta la realtà aziendale, quali sono le mansioni, che cosa significa fabbrica, che cosa significa, che non è quella di Ford, ma lo sappiamo tutti, ma non hanno idea di che cosa significhi, quali sono le professionalità che questa azienda ti può offrire. Ecco, questo è un punto di partenza che ovviamente richiede tempo, è un'attività da fare sul medio-lungo periodo, ma è un'attività su cui stiamo investendo tanto per poter dare risposta alle aziende. E ultimo, poi mi taccio, lascio la parola, è un'attività su cui oggi le aziende sono le prime. Se prima eravamo noi a raccontarvi questo tipo di percorso, oggi sono loro che vengono a sollecitarci su questo, perché hanno compreso che occorre andare alla fonte, quindi occorre andare a lavorare con le scuole, con gli studenti da subito, quindi ci richiedono da subito dei progetti fatti insieme con gli istituti. potrei andare avanti anche, ma a sto zio, sono argomenti lunghissimi, cioè ci sono anche, poi lascio la parola al collega sul tema delle politiche attive che ci toccano tantissimo, sul tema anche della sensibilizzazione territoriale. Le regioni e i comuni che hanno una sensibilità maggiore nel mettere in contatto le aziende con non solo le scuole ma tutta la popolazione di disoccupati all'interno dei loro territori sono sicuramente dei territori illuminati che riescono a far incontrare maggiormente aziende e candidati, quindi un insieme sicuramente di fattori da applicare quotidianamente.
No, grazie mille per la sintesi, avremo una seconda tornata con anche risposta a domande che possono venire dal pubblico. Due considerazioni, no, primo, grazie per aver ricordato la direttiva sulla trasparenza nella paga. Tra l'altro ecco, non c'è la stessa trasparenza, la richiesta di trasparenza sulle condizioni contrattuali. Io trovo che molto spesso i lavoratori firmano dei contratti dopo aver magari già iniziato a prestare il loro lavoro, il giorno stesso in cui iniziano a lavorare, e non hanno quindi assolutamente il tempo di poter digerire i contenuti e le clausole dei contratti. E spesso possono essere anche delle clausole molto limitative della libertà di scelta del lavoratore. E la seconda cosa molto importante riguarda proprio all'orientamento professionale. Tra l'altro noi stiamo proprio valutando degli interventi di orientamento, tra l'altro condotti in collaborazione con voi, la Fondazione lo sta facendo nel campo dell'istruzione tecnica e vediamo quali sono gli effetti sulle poi scelte e l'andamento del mercato del lavoro. In questo ha dato un assist a Paolo Nicastro, perché chiaramente dare orientamento vuol dire essere tanti assist, ma vuol dire anche guardare in anticipo qual è l'evoluzione del mercato del lavoro, e so che il Ministero sta investendo molto in questa attività di monitoraggio. Prego.
Grazie professor Poeri, intanto per l'invito. Mi spiace molto non aver partecipato ai lavori questa mattina, perché leggendo le sintesi dei paper sono davvero tutti molto interessanti, quindi complimenti agli autori se sono in sala. Parto da una cosa che spero e immagino potrà far piacere agli autori. Le raccomandazioni di policy che avete, le conclusioni a cui siete arrivati, vi confermo che sono non solo validissime, concrete e utili, ma che noi stiamo come Sviluppo Lavoro Italia con il Ministero del Lavoro già lavorando in questa direzione. A partire dall'anticipazione dei fabbisogni, noi abbiamo realizzato una piattaforma che, se avete voglia, curiosità, potete verificare, vedere sul nostro sito, è liberamente accessibile, Labour Market Intelligence, che consente di restituire una fotografia non statica, dinamica del mercato del lavoro, della situazione occupazionale, delle professioni richieste, delle competenze che servono per svolgere quelle professioni anche in termini di prossimità e a livello territoriale, ma con un livello molto profondo, quindi fino al centro per l'impiego del singolo comune in tutta Italia. Credo che questo strumento noi stiamo cercando di diffonderlo al massimo, di fare informazione ma anche formazione a tutti gli operatori, soprattutto dei centri per l'impiego, perché appunto è uno strumento che consente al policy maker di orientare le politiche. E arrivo alle politiche attive. Sicuramente la formazione è una di quelle politiche fondamentali per cercare di ridurre e contrastare almeno quel mismatch che deriva dalle competenze disallineate. Però anche in questa ottica bisogna fare attenzione a due fattori. Uno, quello dell'anticipazione, sicuramente, perché cominciare oggi per una competenza che serve all'impresa domani mattina, come diceva anche la collega di Adecco, ovviamente è il rischio di arrivare tardissimo. Quindi nelle nostre analisi, nelle nostre attività stiamo lavorando anche con OCSE, un progetto sperimentale, credo che sia dopo il Canada il primo paese in Europa con cui OCSE sta facendo questa sperimentazione, e andremo a verificare attraverso l'utilizzo anche di algoritmi di intelligenza artificiale l'analisi di 3,5 milioni di vacancy disponibili online. Questo che cosa ci restituirà? Ci restituirà nell'immediato quello che serve in questo momento al mercato del lavoro in tutto il territorio nazionale, e anche di fare delle analisi in prospettiva futura, per vedere anche come le competenze stanno cambiando. E ovviamente capite bene che queste analisi, questa conoscenza è fondamentale per dare a tutti gli operatori pubblici ma anche privati, e soprattutto agli operatori e alle agenzie di formazione o alle agenzie per il lavoro, una direzione su cui orientare la formazione che serve per colmare questo mismatch. Poi c'è un secondo elemento che è dato sicuramente dalla portare a conoscenza delle opportunità che esistono in maniera capillare su tutto il territorio nazionale, perché noi, facendo delle attività proprio di prossimità e insieme alle regioni, ai centri per l'impiego, alle agenzie per il lavoro, peraltro ADECO è sempre stata molto presente in queste nostre iniziative, in una campagna C'è posto per te che abbiamo realizzato in tutte le regioni in Italia, dove abbiamo fatto anche delle attività di recruiting e che sono andate, devo dire, molto molto bene anche per le aziende che hanno espresso loro soddisfazione. Però ci siamo resi conto, ecco, che manca davvero la conoscenza molto spesso di quelle che possono essere le opportunità lavorative. Quindi, avendo un contesto di popolazione attiva che si riduce sempre di più e continuerà purtroppo a ridursi, non ci possiamo permettere di sprecare risorse e dobbiamo cercare di coinvolgere quanto più possibile ed essere quanto più inclusivi nell'ambito del mercato del lavoro. Quindi ci siamo dilettati a fare un'analisi rispetto sull'indagine forze lavoro Istat sulla popolazione dei lavoratori potenziali, cioè quelli inattivi che sono i disoccupati, quelli che sono più vicini, quella fascia di inattivi che sono più vicini al mercato del lavoro, e sommando questa popolazione ai disoccupati, ai NEET, è un bacino che è di 3,9 milioni di persone. Allora, 3,9 milioni di persone in un momento in cui vediamo che le imprese non trovano le competenze, abbiamo delle analisi che ci dicono che da qui al 2030 la nostra forza lavorativa praticamente sarà ridotta drasticamente. Credo che abbiamo il dovere di lavorare in questa direzione, come dicevate voi, con delle diagnosi diversificate e anche andando a guardare i target di questo bacino potenziale, perché noi ci abbiamo guardato dentro, il 55% di questo bacino sono donne e quindi gli ostacoli della conciliazione dei carichi di cura che conosciamo bene, il 48% sono giovani e quindi anche in questo caso dobbiamo cercare di lavorare molto, ma non è vero che non ce l'abbiamo, questo bacino potenziale esiste. E poi abbiamo anche una percentuale non elevatissima ma comunque significativa di laureati, un 14%, quindi significa che anche persone con un titolo, un'istruzione alta hanno e incontrano paradossalmente in questo momento delle grandi difficoltà per entrare nel mercato del lavoro. Il nostro compito è quello di lavorare insieme a tutti gli attori pubblici e privati per cercare di aggredire questi fenomeni e di cercare quanto più possibile di analizzare e fornire dati, conoscenza, misure per accompagnare le transizioni occupazionali, per erogare una formazione che serve, perché poi ci scontriamo anche con le dinamiche regionali di una formazione ferma, il catalogo dell'offerta formativa, che è una cosa che forse 50 anni fa poteva andare bene ma oggi sicuramente non più, e quindi avere un po' il coraggio di cambiare anche in questa direzione. E per quanto ci riguarda, torno velocemente sull'orientamento e sulla filiera istruzione, formazione e lavoro, che è un asse che dobbiamo continuare a seguire e accompagnare. Proprio di recente abbiamo iniziato a lavorare sulle scuole medie, perché guardando il rapporto Alma-Diploma abbiamo visto che un giovane su due, se tornasse indietro, non rifarebbe la stessa scelta della scuola superiore. Allora ci siamo detti, vabbè, perché non andare proviamo a elaborare un percorso nell'ambito delle scuole medie. Si chiama, ovviamente è elaborato su misura per loro, quindi è molto agile, veloce e smart questo percorso, si chiama Le forze del viaggio e lo abbiamo presentato a Reggio Calabria 2 o 3 settimane fa e andremo in 100 scuole in tutta Italia e ovviamente coinvolgendo, trattandosi di ragazzi molto piccoli, docenti ma anche le famiglie e per cominciare da quel momento, quindi come diceva anche la dottoressa di Adeco, cominciare da quel momento a orientare i giovani e dargli loro la consapevolezza delle loro potenzialità e come potranno meglio sfruttarle per il futuro.
Grazie mille. Questo tema dell'orientamento e delle scelte che devono essere fatte in alcuni casi davvero a 13 anni è davvero qualcosa di molto impegnativo e che spesso disorienta e pone delle scelte sbagliate. Mi riferisco anche proprio per le scelte degli indirizzi delle scuole professionali, questo, che si fanno in genere in seconda media inferiore e questo è qualcosa che spesso pone gli studenti in grandi difficoltà successivamente. Quindi ha fatto molto bene a menzionare anche questo aspetto. Abbiamo adesso possibilità di prendere delle domande dal pubblico e poi faremo un altro giro di circa 5 minuti per ciascuno dei nostri panelist, quindi se avete delle domande prego.
Molto interessante, grazie mille. E una cosa che mi chiedo nella letteratura economica...
Molto interessante il fatto che riesci a tradurre anche a distanza.
Nella letteratura economica secondo me uno dei trend diciamo più interesse è lo studio e lo sviluppo per esempio dei sistemi di raccomandazione, che è molto legato all'intelligenza artificiale. E quindi per esempio vengono utilizzati per il personale che sta cercando lavoro o per i lavoratori che vogliono rimettersi nel mercato del lavoro su come raccomandare i possibili lavori che poi effettivamente possono andare a fare match. Giustamente una cosa che avete detto che mi sembra molto interessante è che potenzialmente questo va fatto molto prima, quindi addirittura durante la scuola. Allora mi chiedo un po', penso che la grande difficoltà nella letteratura economica è come diciamo sviluppare questi sistemi di raccomandazione, cioè su quali fattori dovremmo effettivamente usare per orientare queste persone. Quindi chiedo semplicemente se potete darci una vostra idea su appunto quali sono secondo voi i fattori su cui diciamo costruire questi sistemi di raccomandazione.
Grazie, ci sono altre domande?
Tito, posso?
Sì, prego, certo.
Grazie a tutti per gli interventi. Una delle cose che la nostra ricerca effettivamente ha escluso in partenza è lavorare sulle microimprese e le abbiamo escluse per questioni analitiche e anche di disponibilità di dati, ma con l'idea che le microimprese funzionano in modo un po' diverso, no? Cioè c'è spesso questo padre padrone dell'impresa che prende le decisioni e che centralizza su se stesso quelle funzioni che in altre imprese più strutturate vengono delegate a dei servizi ad hoc, in particolare le funzioni di reclutamento e di ricerca del personale sul mercato. Allora, cosa possiamo fare? Nonostante questo, lo sappiamo, le microimprese in Italia costituiscono, non lo so, qualcosa come il 90% del numero di imprese. Cosa possiamo fare per aiutarle? Abbiamo già in mente degli strumenti attivi o prospettivi?
Grazie, anche questa è un'ottima domanda. Ci sono altre domande? Là in fondo? Prego.
Io lavoro con la microimpresa e credo che queste problematiche siano ormai abbastanza simili sia nella microimpresa che nella media e che nella grande impresa. Quindi mantenere questa differenza non credo che sia corretto. Anzi, semmai nella microimpresa si formano spesso e volentieri quelle piccole o grandi esperienze che
Forse conosciamo il nome, forse conosciamo il nome.
E quindi adesso non sa quale far prima, è un attrattore di manodopera delle imprese della meccanica non banale, però un esempio. Credo che non sia stato messo sufficientemente in evidenza, secondo me, un aspetto, lo dico con uno slogan: bisogna liberare i giovani dalle famiglie, perché le famiglie sono un elemento di resistenza a tutto quello che stiamo dicendo, perché a cominciare dal sottoscritto propongono dei modelli o sperano per i loro figli dei modelli che non sono più attuali, perché i giovani se ne sono a metà rispetto a 20 anni fa, per tutta una serie di questioni che sono state poi anche dette. Quindi io aggiungerei anche questo elemento allo studio.
Grazie. Benissimo, se non ci sono altre domande io a questo punto procederei. Magari seguiamo l'ordine inverso, va bene? Quindi direi diamo subito la parola a Paolo di Castro. Grazie.
Su quale domanda volete che risponda?
Sua scelta.
Allora sarò velocissima.
Solo deve mettere.
Sì, ecco. Allora, dico il mio pensiero un po' sui tre temi. Liberare i giovani delle famiglie, nel senso, se ci riferiamo a una cultura ancora un po' âgée che guarda a uno studio, a un percorso di formazione, di scuola, che se non è liceo è scuola di serie A, è l'istituto tecnico, la formazione tecnica e Cenerentola, allora sì, sono assolutamente d'accordo, perché invece sappiamo tutti, almeno tutti quanti noi sappiamo, quanto sia importante in questo momento seguire degli studi, dei percorsi tecnici, e quanto per esempio gli ITS in Italia abbiano un tasso di outplacement e di occupazione molto molto elevato, e anche purtroppo di alcune facoltà universitarie, di alcune discipline soprattutto universitarie. Peraltro faccio un inciso: noi stiamo lavorando anche molto con gli atenei per osservare le transizioni occupazionali dei giovani laureati. Abbiamo una convenzione in corso ad oggi con 7 università in Italia, e sarà interessante capire con queste analisi di dove sono finiti i giovani laureati, anche per loro avere una restituzione per cambiare, modificare, orientare i loro percorsi e la loro offerta formativa, sempre per tornare alle dinamiche di orientamento, di prevenzione dei sistemi e dei fenomeni. Aiutare le microimprese, sicuramente fornire loro tutti gli strumenti, ma in questo credo che le agenzie per il lavoro e i consulenti del lavoro siano ovviamente fondamentali per seguirle. Molto spesso purtroppo loro non hanno abbastanza risorse per potersi, diciamo, rivolgere a dei professionisti esperti, quindi noi come pubblico, come sistema pubblico, cerchiamo di fornire loro tutti gli strumenti e le conoscenze per poterli aiutare e supportare anche con la formazione, col sistema dei fondi interprofessionali. Mi lascio la raccomandazione. Grazie.
No, grazie mille, grazie mille. Un'osservazione, dato che in effetti il Ministero sta raccogliendo molte informazioni interessanti, come avrete visto dal convegno di oggi, ci sono bravissimi ricercatori che in giro per il mondo, con competenze elevate, sono in grado di elaborare questi dati e di analizzarli, e anche dando a voi dei riscontri che possono essere di grande utilità. Ecco, è molto importante, se posso dire una cosa, che il Ministero abbia una politica per cui queste informazioni vengano poi rese disponibili a chi fa ricerca. Ci sono state purtroppo delle involuzioni a riguardo, soprattutto per esempio per i dati delle comunicazioni obbligatorie o su altri terreni che non riesco a capire, perché davvero sarebbe un bene pubblico molto importante.
Io sono assolutamente d'accordo su questo con lei, professore. Quando ero all'INAP, l'istituto di ricerca, il presidente Sacchi, allora abbiamo fatto una lotta con il Ministero del Lavoro, perché pur essendo l'ente di ricerca in house del Ministero del Lavoro non riuscivamo ad avere i dati per fare le nostre ricerche, quindi e le dico che ancora oggi noi scontiamo come Sviluppo Lavoro Italia l'utilizzo delle comunicazioni obbligatorie, per esempio, con tutta una serie di caveat, di restrizioni che però alla fine riusciamo, ma per quanto ci riguarda noi faremo di tutto e per mettere a disposizione quanto più possibile per la comunità scientifica, perché è fondamentale.
Grazie mille. Lidia Molinari.
Grazie, provo a... Interessanti due cose, sicuramente il tema delle microimprese che è stato toccato, sono d'accordo che siano due realtà, piccole e medie imprese, large, con ovviamente dinamiche completamente differenti, conoscenze completamente differenti, strutture differenti. Sempre dal nostro osservatorio faccio degli esempi, se vado in aziende, peraltro neanche troppo micro, noi le chiamiamo, vabbè, comunque aziende medium per intenderci, o small, mi ritrovo sulla bergamasca ad avere referenti HR o padroni dell'azienda che ci dicono no extracomunitari, no persone che arrivino con la bicicletta o piuttosto che, quindi ci ritroviamo di fronte, cioè da un lato abbiamo la pay transparency che parte tra 2 giorni con determinate dinamiche rigidissime, dall'altro abbiamo ancora aziende in Lombardia e in Veneto che hanno delle dinamiche che ancora non si spiegano. Quindi questa è sicuramente una tematica che ci pone e che viviamo, è vero, non mi sono soffermata io su questo punto, ma che ti fa vivere il rapporto con l'azienda in modalità differente, quindi quello che devi suggerire al tuo referente è sicuramente diverso da quello che vai a suggerire alla multinazionale. Qual è la leva? Qual è la leva? È il dialogo, il tempo, i dati, diciamo l'esperienza, la prova certa scientifica da portare con il tempo all'azienda. Questo visto che funziona, parlargli una volta o raccontargli che cosa secondo te come ADECO, come università o com'è, non funziona, non è sufficiente, ci vuole tempo e poi ci vuole il tempo che gli fa anche un po', permettetemi questo termine, di sbattere un po' la testa rispetto alla situazione in cui si trovano poi loro stessi nel non trovare determinate competenze e poi nel ribaltare completamente lo scenario, nel dire, cosa che invece le aziende large fanno più fatica, va bene, prendo i lavoratori dal Nord Africa, gli metto a disposizione le case e quindi attiviamo subito dei processi di mobilità territoriale internazionale perché ho bisogno di manodopera, in questo momento non ho manodopera e non riesco a far andare avanti la catena di produzione. Ecco, quindi sicuramente tempo e cultura. La parte delle famiglie, io su questo punto è un tema a cui sono molto legata, nel senso che credo che sia un tema molto forte perché è molto difficile da gestire e da risolvere. Tagliare le famiglie non lo so, adesso non è il mio ruolo, ma mi sembra un po', è forte come affermazione, nel senso che io anche in questo caso credo che più strumenti le famiglie e gli studenti hanno a disposizione, più riescono a farsi un pensiero critico e a muoversi in autonomia e a muoversi in una determinata direzione. Quindi diciamo che io sulle famiglie posso agire poco, ma possiamo agire nel dare elementi alle scuole e agli studenti. E per dare elementi intendo non solo con le istituzioni, ma intendo soprattutto nell'incontro aziende e scuole. E l'altro fattore è, e anche qui non apro il dibattito perché non è tanto la mia materia, ma è un'osservazione di quello che appunto vedo quotidianamente. C'è un tema delle famiglie, c'è un tema degli studenti, c'è un tema di incontro delle due parti, c'è un tema anche di insegnanti e quindi di formazione, che è una cosa che si sta facendo, sta proseguendo, ma di formazione degli insegnanti degli istituti, dei licei, degli istituti tecnici, degli istituti di medie superiori. E anche questa parte è fondamentale perché è la parte che poi sono le persone che stanno di più con gli studenti e che possono guidarli, che possono fargli conoscere determinate realtà. Quindi credo che insomma, l'argomento sia piuttosto complesso, credo che nel momento in cui si abbiano dati elementi critici costruttivi, consapevolezza anche per il genitore che parla o che ascolta un ETS o un istituto tecnico, probabilmente può fare una riflessione diversa rispetto al liceo scientifico, che magari nemmeno più conosce rispetto a 30 anni fa, ma di cui ha comunque quell'idea di modello culturale di scuola di serie A.
Grazie, no, sicuramente orientamento dei genitori. Per certi aspetti Martellini ci ha dato un'altra ragione per ritardare il più possibile le scelte degli studenti di orientamento professionale, perché più là si va con l'età, più si entra nella fase adolescenziale, nella quale i consigli dei genitori vengono sistematicamente rigettati, quindi forse sarebbe più efficiente anche in questo senso. Umberto Frigelli, che a questo punto non si può sottrarre dal parlare anche dei patti.
No, dei patti di non concorrenza non parlo perché i miei 5 minuti diventano 50, quindi cercherò di stare nei 5 minuti. Allora, sistemi di raccomandazione. Io volevo parlare su tutti e tre. Una cosa innanzitutto vorrei dire, perché è da questa mattina, forse da ieri e l'altro ieri, a cui penso. Io credo che la grande utilità che gente come noi potrebbe fare è portare questo dibattito fuori dall'accademia e dentro i contesti in cui si prendono le decisioni, perché le microimprese vivono la vita associativa, così come le grandi imprese per esempio, e un tema fondamentale che è già stato toccato, e questo vale anche per le famiglie, è la cultura, e quindi un conto è fare le analisi da studiosi molto belle che stiamo facendo adesso, tirare fuori i numeri perfetti eccetera, ma poi i comportamenti stanno da un'altra parte. Comportamenti, sistemi di raccomandazione. Io in questo momento sto seguendo 3 progetti con 3 gruppi di studenti per uno dei corsi che seguo in università. In uno di questi progetti una grande azienda multinazionale di cui non fa il nome ci sta facendo lavorare sui tips for recommendation per il processo di selezione. E io ho conosciuto durante la mia vita professionale, che ahimè sta diventando lunga, un signore di Bologna, molto famoso, di cui non dico il nome, che fa anche l'imprenditore, che ha scritto dei libri. Lui è un economista, credo laureato in questa università, poi ha fatto master in America, che ha scritto libri in cui diceva che bisognerebbe scegliere i mestieri che danno soldi e non i mestieri che piacciono. E io gli ho mandato un WhatsApp dicendogli: ma no, e non gli dico il nome, sai che io sono psicologo, bisogna fare anche i mestieri che piacciono, e quindi secondo me bisogna trovare una via di mezzo, e la via di mezzo è l'esame di realtà. Esami di realtà che spesso le famiglie non fanno, su quali sono le competenze vere dei figli, le attitudini vere dei figli, le capacità vere dei figli rispetto al mondo del lavoro. Questa è la prima cosa da fare per aiutare un mercato del lavoro che, vale la pena dirlo, è già stato detto, in Italia vede il livello di occupazione tra i più bassi d'Europa, credo che siamo al secondo posto tra i più bassi d'Europa, e suggerisco a tutti di leggere un libro, perché non mi ricordo mai l'autore, Ricolfi si chiama, Società signorile di massa, un sociologo di Torino, libro pieno di dati, la società signorile di massa, Ricolfi, e spiega perché in Italia noi abbiamo questo tasso di occupazione così basso e ci stiamo trasformando in affittacamere. Quindi credo che il tema fondamentale sia uscire, fare cultura. Le microimprese, sono d'accordo, stanno vivendo dinamiche simili alle grandi imprese, bisogna creare sistemi organizzativi che siano attrattivi. Io ho amici ed hunter che mi dicono che in alcuni posti ai clienti gli hanno detto che non gli portano neanche più le persone, perché gli portano le persone e vanno via al primo o secondo incontro, quindi bisogna trovare contesti che siano attrattivi. E poi tutto quello che è stato detto è assolutamente vero, c'è un problema di scuola, di sistema educativo e di incontro con l'esame in realtà delle attitudini di ciascuno. Grazie.
Grazie. No, questo vuol dire che allora dovremo fare un altro convegno sui patti di non concorrenza. Bene, questo è l'impegno e quindi parteciperai. Bene, io devo dire che siamo alla fine di questa lunghissima giornata. Questa tecnologia è davvero impressionante come funziona, e forse dovremmo fare un convegno sul futuro professionale degli interpreti, della classe degli interpreti, perché temo che per loro effettivamente la vita sarà difficile. Bene, quindi grazie Umberto Frigelli, grazie Lidia Molinari, grazie Paolo Nicastro e soprattutto ringraziamenti all'Università di Bologna per l'ospitalità, a Vincenzo Scrutinio che è stato fondamentale là in fondo, quindi un applauso anche a lui, grazie davvero, è stato fondamentale, e a Roberta Marcaletti che non vedo, ecco, prego, Roberta. Bene. E l'appuntamento al prossimo anno, al prossimo convegno della Fondazione.
Grazie.